Hey there, dreamers! Are you ready for a spine-tingling adventure that will keep you on the edge of your seat? Picture this: a quiet coastal town where the sun shines bright and the waves crash gently against the shore. But one day, everything changes. A thick, mysterious fog rolls in, and with it comes something sinister. People start disappearing, and the only thing left behind is whispers in the mist. As you listen to this story, imagine yourself in that town, feeling the chill of the fog creeping closer. But before we dive into this chilling tale, I want to share something special with you. If you love drifting off to enchanting sleep stories, we've got a little secret that can help you wake up feeling refreshed and lighter. Introducing LipoSlend, the natural at-home liposuction method that supports healthy and steady weight loss while you sleep. Imagine waking up each morning with more energy and a happier you, all thanks to this unique formula. With ingredients like sulforaphane, cis quadrangularis, and acetyl L-Carnitine, LipoSlend helps your body manage weight effectively, making it easier to feel good in your own skin. And guess what? When you order today, you'll get 2 free bonuses. First, Flawless Skin Secrets will show you how to tighten loose skin and banish cellulite after your weight loss journey. And second, Primal Desserts lets you indulge in delicious, fat-burning sweets that satisfy your cravings without the guilt. Plus, you'll enjoy free shipping on every order. So, are you ready to transform your nights and your body? Click the link in the description below to claim your discounted LipoSlend and start your journey to a healthier you today. Now, let's step into the fog and uncover the mystery that awaits. The fog rolled into the town like a thick blanket, swallowing everything in its path. It was not just any fog. It was heavy and dark, swirling with an eerie presence that made even the bravest townsfolk uneasy. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the fog crept closer to the houses, wrapping around them like an unwanted guest. At first, the townspeople thought it was just a strange weather pattern. They went about their evening routines, unaware of the danger lurking just beyond the edge of the fog. But as night fell, things began to change. The air grew cold, and a whispering sound floated through the streets. It was soft at first, like the gentle rustle of leaves, but then it became clearer. "Come, follow me." The voice seemed to call out from within the fog, and those who heard it felt an irresistible pull to step outside. Children were the first to notice. They peeked out of their windows, eyes wide with curiosity. "Mommy, what's that?" they asked, pointing at the swirling mist. But their parents warned them to stay inside. "It's just fog, sweetheart. Nothing to worry about," they said, though their voices trembled. The adults could feel it too, the strange allure of the fog. It was as if it knew their names, whispering them softly, coaxing them to join it. As the night deepened, a few brave souls ventured out. They were drawn by the voices, their hearts racing with a mix of fear and excitement. "I'll just take a quick look," one man said, stepping out into the fog. He turned back to his friends, who stood at the edge of their yards, their faces pale with worry. "I'll be right back," he shouted, but the fog swallowed his voice, and soon he was gone. Minutes turned into hours, and the townspeople waited. They called out for their friends and family, but the fog only answered with silence. Panic began to spread through the town like wildfire. "Where are they?" people cried, clutching each other in fear. The fog seemed to thicken, wrapping around the town, blocking out the moonlight and stars. Then, just as suddenly as it had arrived, the fog began to lift, but it left something behind, a chilling emptiness. The streets were eerily quiet, and the few who had not ventured out were left with a sense of dread. They could feel it in their bones, a heavy weight that pressed down on them. As dawn broke, the townspeople gathered, desperate to find their missing loved ones. They searched the beach, the woods, and every corner of the town, but there was no sign of the lost. Only the whispers remained, echoing in their minds. "Come follow me." Days turned into weeks, and the fog became a regular visitor. Each time it rolled in, more people disappeared. It became a terrifying cycle. Those who ventured out never returned, and the survivors began to feel the fog's grip tightening around their hearts. One night, A girl named Lily decided she would uncover the truth. She was brave and curious, and the whispers had been calling her name. Lily, come, find us. The voices were sweet and inviting, promising adventure and mystery. With a flashlight in hand, she stepped outside, the cold air biting at her skin. The fog swirled around her, thick and heavy. I can do this, she whispered to herself, pushing forward. As she walked deeper into the fog, the voices grew louder, wrapping around her like a warm hug. Lily, we've been waiting for you. Her heart raced as she followed the sound, her feet moving almost on their own. The fog danced around her, and she felt a strange sense of belonging. But then, she heard something that made her stop. A scream echoed through the mist, chilling her to the bone. Help! Somebody please! Lily's heart sank. It was a voice she recognized, her friend Emma. Emma, she shouted, panic rising in her chest. She turned, trying to find the source of the sound, but the fog was too thick. The whispers turned into laughter, mocking her fear. Lily, come to us? No, she cried, shaking her head. I have to help Emma. But the fog pushed against her, trying to pull her deeper into its depths. She fought back, her heart pounding. I won't let you take me. Just then, she saw a figure in the distance. It was Emma, her face pale and terrified. Lily, help me, she screamed, reaching out. Lily ran toward her, but the fog closed in, thickening around them. Stay back, Emma shouted, her voice filled with fear. Don't come any closer. Lily froze, confusion flooding her mind. Why not? I'm here to save you. But Emma shook her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. You don't understand. It's a trap. The fog, it wants us. We have to get out. Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled, and the fog surged forward, swirling violently. Lily felt a cold hand grasp her wrist, pulling her down. No! Let me go! She screamed, fighting against the unseen force. The whispers turned into a deafening roar, drowning out her cries. Join us, Lily! Join us forever! With a surge of strength, she broke free, stumbling back. She turned and ran, the fog clawing at her heels. She could hear Emma's cries behind her, but she couldn't look back. The fog was closing in, and she had to escape. As she dashed through the streets, the fog seemed to chase her, wrapping around her like a living creature. She could feel it breathing, pulsing with an otherworldly energy. You can't escape, it whispered, its voice echoing in her mind. But Lily refused to give in. She ran toward the lighthouse, the only place she felt might offer safety. The beam of light cut through the fog, a beacon of hope in the darkness. She reached the door and flung it open, slamming it shut behind her. Breathing heavily, she leaned against the door, her heart racing. The fog pressed against the walls, whispering and howling. But she was safe for now, Lily. Don't leave me. Tears streamed down her face as she realized she couldn't. Save her friend. The fog had taken too many already, and now it wanted her too. But she couldn't give up. She had to find a way to fight back. As she looked around the lighthouse, she spotted an old book on a dusty shelf. It was filled with tales of the sea, but one page caught her eye. It spoke of a fog that consumed souls, a creature that thrived on fear and despair. To defeat it, you must face your fears, it read. Lily took a deep breath, determination filling her heart. She would face the fog, not as a victim, but as a warrior. She gathered her courage and stepped back outside, the fog swirling around her like a storm. Come on, she shouted, her voice strong. I'm not afraid of you. The fog paused, as if surprised by her defiance. You will be, it hissed, but Lily stood her ground. She focused on the voices, the cries of her friends lost in the mist. I will save you, she vowed, her heart steady. With every step she took, the fog began to retreat, swirling away from her. No, you belong to us, it shrieked, but Lily pressed on, her spirit unyielding. She felt a warmth growing inside her, a light that pushed back against the darkness. I am not yours, she declared, and with that, the fog began to dissolve, fading into nothingness. The cries of her friends grew louder, and she felt their presence around her. "Thank you, Lily," they called, their voices filled with gratitude. As the fog lifted, the sun broke through the clouds, illuminating the town once more. The townspeople emerged from their homes, bewildered but alive. They looked around in shock, realizing the fog had vanished. Lily stood in the center of the street, breathless but victorious. She had faced the darkness and emerged stronger. But in the back of her mind, she knew the fog could return. The whispers might rise again, and the town would have to be ready. As the townspeople gathered around her, relief washed over them. They had lost many, but they had also gained a hero. "Thank you, Lily," they said, embracing her. "You saved us all." But even as they celebrated, the fog lingered at the edge of the town, a reminder of what had happened. It was not gone for good. It was merely waiting, biding its time. And so, the story of the fog that eats people became a legend, a tale passed down through generations. The townsfolk learned to respect the fog, to be wary of its whispers. They knew that sometimes nature could be a powerful force, one that could consume even the bravest souls. Lily would always remember the fog and the friend she had lost. But she also knew that she had the strength to face whatever came next. The fog might return, but so would she, ready to fight back and protect her home. As the sun set behind the horizon, the fog rolled in once more, but this time, the townspeople stood united, ready to face the darkness together. They would not let fear consume them again. They would be brave, just like Lily, and together, they would keep the fog at bay. And as they watched the mist swirl around the town, they knew that the battle was not over. The fog might be waiting, but they were ready. They would stand strong against nature's wrath, together, forever. So, dear listeners, where are you tuning in from? They would stand strong against nature's wrath, together, forever. But even as we prepared for the fog's potential return, a sense of unease settled in me. The air felt thick with anticipation, as if the fog itself was breathing, waiting for the perfect moment to return. I could still hear the distant whispers in my mind, their siren call echoing like a haunting melody. Days passed, and life in the town slowly returned to normal. People tried to go about their business, but a shadow hung over us. Every time the wind blew, it felt like the fog was close behind, waiting to sweep through the streets again. I found myself glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see shadowy figures lurking just out of sight. Then, one evening, as dusk fell and shadows stretched long across the town, I decided to take a walk down to the beach. The salty wind whipped through my hair, carrying with it the faintest hint of something sweet and rotten. It was a strange combination that made my stomach churn. As I walked closer to the water, I noticed something unusual. The sand had shifted, like something heavy had pressed down upon it. My heart raced as I knelt to examine it. There, half buried in the wet sand, was a hand. It was small, delicate, and covered in shell fragments. A chill ran down my spine. I looked around, half expecting someone to jump out and scream. But the beach was empty, the only sound the crashing waves. I carefully pulled the hand from the sand. To my horror, it was attached to an arm, and the arm was connected to a body. I scrambled back, my breath coming in short gasps. The body lay lifeless, eyes closed, and face pale. It was a girl I recognized from town, a friendly face whose laughter used to fill the air. But now, she looked so peaceful, as if she were merely sleeping. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. Instead, a low hum surrounded me, rising like the tide. "Come join us." My heart pounded in my chest as the whispers grew louder, weaving through my thoughts like a spider's web. The girl's empty eyes seemed to open, glazed and full of sorrow. "Help me," she whispered, voice barely audible above the waves. Desperation clawed at me, and I stepped closer, each footfall feeling like a step into darkness. Suddenly, the fog rolled in thicker than before, swallowing the shoreline in an instant. The air turned icy, and I could see my breath rising before me in white puffs. The whispers became frantic now, echoing through the fog, surrounding me, wrapping me in their eerie embrace. Don't leave her. Help her. I hesitated, fear gnawing at my insides. What do I do? I thought, glancing around for something. Anything that could help. As I turned back to the girl, her face had transformed. No longer peaceful. She wore an expression twisted in torment. You must listen, she said, her voice dripping with anguish. My instinct screamed at me to run, but I couldn't abandon her. I could see now that the fog twisted around the girl in tendrils, pulling her back into the dark. A surge of courage coursed through me. I won't let you take her. I shouted into the fog, determination hardening my resolve. Just then, I felt a tug in my arm. A slimy tendril of fog wrapped around my wrist, pulling me off balance. I stumbled, falling onto the cold, wet sand. With a surge of adrenaline, I yanked my arm free, scrambling backwards. The girl writhed in the fog's grasp, her eyes pleading. Help me! The fog won't let go! Let her go! I screamed, shaking with fear and rage. The fog tightened its grip around me, threatening to snatch me away. I could see shadows forming in the mist, darker than the fog itself, looming like giants. My heart raced as I recognized faces among those shadows. People from my town who had vanished, all of them trapped in the fog's deadly embrace, their faces twisted in silent screams. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a glimmering object by the water's edge. It was a shell, glowing softly, almost beckoning me. Somehow, I felt it held the key to breaking the fog's grip. I have to reach it, I thought, feeling a surge of strength. With every ounce of willpower, I surged toward the shell, my feet pounding against the sand. As I approached, the whispers became a cacophony. No, come back. It's a trap. I could hear the urgency in their voices. Yet the shell called to me more than anything. It lay nestled in the sand, shimmering under the wave's light. I reached down, fingers curling around its smooth surface. The moment I touched it, a shockwave pulsed through me, stirring something deep within. The tendrils of fog recoiled instinctively, releasing their grip on me. The faces of the lost, desperate and contorted in fear, faded into the mist as the shell radiated warmth and light. Find your strength, a voice echoed, not from the fog, but from within me. The shell gleamed in my hand, and I held it up, feeling its energy course through me. You don't own us, I yelled into the fog, my voice grounded with resolve. The fog shrieked, a deafening sound that shattered the air around me. It swirled violently, as if it were alive and furious. I could see the shadows writhing, fought against the light emanating from the shell. In that moment, I realized that the fog feasted on fear, and I would not give in anymore. With a deep breath, I began to chant the words written on the fragile page from the lighthouse. By the light of day, I stand tall. By the strength of the tides, I shall not fall. The fog howled louder, the wind whipping violently around me, but I held the shell tight, grounding myself against the storm. Release them, I commanded, my voice echoing through the chaos. The fog writhed as though it were being pulled away from me, dragged back by a force I couldn't see. I could feel the shell's energy growing, a power that connected me not just to this moment, but to everyone who had ever faced the fog. Slowly, the figures of the lost began to emerge from the mist, their faces softening, shifting from torment to peace. I could see Emma, her expression teetering between confusion and hope. Lily, she called, her voice breaking through the chaos. We're coming back. As they continued to materialize, the fog twisted and pulled at them, desperately trying to keep them. You can't escape, it shrieked, lashing out at me with tendrils of darkness. But they were weakened now. My heart soared, realizing that we could defeat it together. The figures stretched their arms toward me, and I felt their courage mingling with my own. We won't give in, I said, holding the shell higher. The warmth radiated out, colliding with the fog and sending bright tendrils of light lancing into the darkness. I pushed back against the fog, my voice rising above the chaos. You are nothing but a whisper. You have no power here. With each shout, the tendrils of the fog shrank further back, their grip breaking. The glow from the shell intensified, and I could feel the hope and determination of everyone who had fought to survive. "This ends now," I declared, and with one final surge, I hurled the glowing shell into the heart of the fog. It exploded with a blinding light, dispersing the darkness in a burst of brilliant white. In the aftermath, the fog vaporized into nothingness, and silence enveloped the beach. I stood there, heart racing, trembling from the adrenaline, as everything around me slowly returned to normal. Emma and the others collapsed onto the sand, breathing heavily, the relief palpable in the air. "Lily!" Emma cried, rushing to my side. She looked weary but triumphant, her smile shining through the lingering shadows. "You did it!" I reached out to help her up, and the others surrounded us, the town's lost souls finally back from the brink. Tears of joy mingled with the salty air as we embraced, grateful to be alive, to be home. But in the depth of my heart, I couldn't shake a feeling of dread. While we had defeated the fog this time, I knew it was only a temporary victory. Somewhere out there, it lurked, waiting for the moment when our guard was down. "We need to warn everyone," I said, looking around at my friends, now a bonded army of survivors. "We can't ever let our fear take over again." As we gathered on the beach, the sun began to rise, casting golden light on the horizon. The ocean's waves glistened, but the threat of the fog was never far from our minds. Each shadow in the distance felt like a reminder that the darkness was still there, biding its time. "We must protect our town, our people," I declared, a fire igniting in my chest. "If we work together, we can build something stronger. We can be ready for the fog when it returns." Nods of agreement filled the group. I could see in their eyes that they felt the same charge within them, an understanding that this was just the beginning of our fight against the unknown. Together, we would prepare, gathering stories, seeking knowledge, and building strength, creating a shield against the darkness. Our town may have felt like a peaceful seaside retreat, but we knew that we must embrace our inherently eerie reality. As we walked back together, footfalls echoing softly on the sand, I felt hopeful yet aware. A new chapter was unfolding, and as we faced each day, the weight of the fog would always be a reminder that courage amends fear. With that resolve, I would remain vigilant, ready to face whatever fears the fog had in store for me, for Emma, and for everyone in our town. And one thing became clear to me that day. The battle against fear was not just about the fog that consumes, but about the shadows we all carry within us. We could fight the darkness, but first we had to be free through understanding, trust, and courage, and to always watch each other's backs. The fog would return, but together, we would face it, standing firm in the light of hope. And as we settled back into our lives, whispers of unseen shadows brushed against the edges of our reality. But that's a story for another time. A story waiting beneath the surface, hidden in the mist, where the fog that eats people still looms as a reminder of how darkness can hide in plain sight. A few weeks passed, and life returned to a strange sort of normal. I tried to forget the horrors we faced, but every night, when the moon shimmered on the water, I felt a chill creep into my bones. The townsfolk resumed their routines, but I noticed the nervous glances when shadows flickered too close, the hushed whispers when the wind howled. One particularly cold night, I was drawn to the lighthouse again. Something pulled at me, a feeling I couldn't shake. I climbed the stairs to the lantern room, the old wood creaking underfoot. As I reached the top, I took a moment to admire the view, the stars blinking defiantly in the cold sky. But then I felt it, the hairs on my neck stood on end. I turned slowly, scanning the room, and my heart dropped. There, in the corner, was a figure, hunched over, barely visible in the half-light. "Who's there?" I called, my voice wavering. The figure tilted its head, and for a moment, I thought I saw a familiar face, but then it slipped back into the shadows. Suddenly, the lantern flickered, casting strange, dancing shadows that seemed to come alive. I backed away, heart pounding, and that's when I heard it, the faintest whisper, almost like someone calling my name. "Lily, come closer." Against my better judgment, I approached. The air felt charged, heavy with tension, each step echoing through the silence. I leaned closer to the edge, peering into the dark depths of nowhere. And then, in a flash of light, I caught a glimpse of it. A roiling mass of fog swirling just below the cliff, its form undulating like a living creature. "What are you?" I gasped, stumbling back. The figure in the corner laughed softly, a sound so chilling it sent a shiver down my spine. "You think you can escape it?" it crooned. "The fog is always watching, always waiting." I turned to run, fear gripping me like a vice, but the door slammed shut, plunging the room into darkness. The lantern flickered wildly, and the air grew thick with the smell of decay. "You wanted to fight the fog, but you don't even know its true power," the figure hissed, stepping into the light. My breath caught as I recognized her. It was the girl from the beach, her face pale and eyes hollow. "You didn't save me," she whispered, her voice echoing unnaturally. "You brought me back only to trap me here, in this place." "No, I wanted to help you," I pleaded, backing away as her expression twisted into something grotesque, a smile devoid of warmth. "You can't help anyone," she said with a chilling calmness. "You're part of it now." Suddenly, the light dimmed, and shadows sprawled across the floor like dark tendrils reaching for me. "What do you mean?" I whimpered, trying to find my footing. The fog's whispers filled my head again, louder and more insistent. "Join us, Lily. You can become one with the fog," they coaxed, seduction lacing every syllable. The ground shook beneath me. The walls quivered. I could feel the cold seeping into my bones. "It's an illusion," I told myself, forcing my mind to stay clear. I darted toward the window, but the fog surged against it, tightening around me. The glass cracked, the sound piercing through the chaos, but I was trapped. "Let me out!" I shouted, desperation spilling from my lips. The girl stepped closer, the fog swirling around her like a shroud. "You think you can escape the fate of this town? The fog has claimed so many. It hungers for more. It knows your fears, and it will use them against you." The whispers grew darker, revving up my anxiety. Memories of the lost, their kinship with the fog, raced through my mind. I felt a weight settle on my chest, suffocating and bitter. A vision flashed before my eyes. Emma, standing alone at the edge of the beach, her face pale, lost to the fog's embrace. "Please no," I cried out, desperate to save her. Suddenly, the room whirled, the walls bending and twisting. I lost my balance and fell to the floor, the shadows closing in around me. A scream lodged in my throat, but no sound came out. Just as it felt like I'd succumbed to the darkness, a strong light pierced through the chaos. It was a memory, the first time I confronted the fog. We all are stronger together. I thought of Emma and the others. Gathering every ounce of strength, I forced myself to stand. I won't let fear consume me. I control my fate. Throwing my arms wide, I focused on the light within, the shell I had used before still echoing in my heart. "By the strength inside us, I break free," I shouted, and with that, a blinding light erupted from within me, illuminating the room and pushing the shadows back. The girl shrieked, a haunting sound that echoed off the walls, and for a moment, her form flickered like a dying flame. The fog lifted, swirling angrily, but losing its hold, unable to withstand the light. "No, you can't escape," she cried, but her voice grew faint. I rushed toward the door, pulling it open with newfound determination. The fog shrieked, pressing against the threshold, but I stood firm. "I will not be your pawn," I yelled again, unleashing the light in me. The fog recoiled, the whispers turning into howls of rage. I dashed down the spiraling staircase, each step echoing my resolve. I burst out of the lighthouse into the cool night air, the fog swirling around the rocks, but retreating from the brightness radiating from my soul. As I looked back, I caught a glimpse of the girl. She was lost among the shadows, fading as the light consumed the darkness around her. Breathless, I stood on the shore, and the fog melted into a mist, lingering only at the edges. too afraid to venture closer. But I knew this victory was temporary. I turned back to the town, where the lights shone brightly in the night, and I felt the weight of resolve settle in my heart. I hadn't just faced the fog, I had faced my own fears, and I knew now that the true battle was not just against the darkness lurking in the fog, but the shadows of despair and uncertainty that lingered within us all. I would warn the townspeople, tell them everything. As I walked back, I felt the chill of the night air, but also the warmth of hope igniting my spirit. Together, we could stand against whatever malevolence the fog conjured next. I could feel the strength of our community rising within me. However, as I made my way home, a thought nagged at the back of my mind. If I had faced the fog and survived, was there something left behind? I couldn't shake the feeling that the darkness was not entirely vanquished. That night, as I lay in bed, the shadows loomed, casting familiar shapes across the walls. My heart raced, even as I forced myself to close my eyes. Just as I drifted into a restless sleep, I heard it, the faintest whisper creeping through the window, an echo of the girl's voice, mingling with the wind. "Join us, Lily. You will never be free." I jolted awake, the words freezing my blood, and I knew then that the fog had changed. The battle was far from over. Something dark still lurked beyond the veil, something that understood not just my fears, but the fears of this town and everyone in it. In the days that followed, I prepared for whatever would come next. Gathering the townsfolk, I spoke of my experience, recounting everything that had transpired. We banded together, determined to watch and wait, keeping an eye on the horizon and the ever-present fog that threatened our peace. But even as we fortified our defenses, a creeping dread settled in my heart, a sense of foreboding that the fog was not done with us yet. Each night, as I looked toward the lighthouse, its beam cutting through the darkness, I couldn't help but worry about what else lurked behind the fog. What new horrors awaited? And as the sun dipped below the horizon one evening, casting an eerie glow across the town, I realized that the fog had many secrets. It would not just threaten the living, but would seek to bind us all in its wretched embrace. The fog that eats people was more than just a natural phenomenon. It was an entity with its will, and I was determined to uncover every terrifying truth hidden within the swirling mist. The battle had only just begun, and whatever awaited me in the darkness would soon have to reckon with the light I now carried within me. But as I turned to leave the shore, a chilling sensation washed over me. I felt as if 1,000 eyes were watching, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. A shiver ran down my spine, and I knew I had to be ready. Because if I wasn't, then perhaps I too would be consumed by the very fog I thought I had defeated. And I couldn't allow that to happen. Not to me, not to Emma, and not to anyone else in this town. So, as I walked away from the beach, the darkness tugging at me, I vowed to find the source of this malevolence, ready to face the shadows lurking within the fog. The fog that had nearly claimed us all was still out there, and I would stop at nothing to uncover its chilling secrets, even if it cost me everything. But little did I know, the fog had plans of its own. It would strike when I least expected it, and as I turned toward home, I felt an unsettling certainty in my gut that the true horror was yet to come. Days blurred together, a fog hanging over my mind and the town, drawing in whispers that echoed from yesterday. Even as I tried to prepare the others, a peculiar stillness buzzed through the air, making the entire town's atmosphere unnaturally heavy. One evening, I decided to take a walk along the beach, hoping the waves would wash away my worries. The sand felt cool against my feet, the ocean's roar bringing a sense of calm. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, a deep purple shadow stretched across the water. I stopped, my heart racing, sensing a shift in the air. The fog rolled in thick and low, curling around the rocks like a hungry beast. I squinted into the dim light, half expecting to see the girl from the lighthouse lurking within the mist, but all I saw was a haze rolling toward the shore. "Just the fog," I whispered to myself. "Just the fog." But my mind raced with the thought of what it could do, how it had fed off our fears before. I turned to head back, unease tightening in my chest, but I felt a pull toward the water, like an invisible string drawing me closer. As I walked along the edge, a chilling voice whispered my name, barely audible above the crashing waves. Lily, it echoed, seductive and familiar. I spun around, my eyes scanning for the source. No one was there, just the darkness pressing in around me. Is anyone there? I called out, but only silence responded. I could feel the fog thickening, swirling with purpose. My instincts screamed at me to flee, but I rooted myself to the spot, adrenaline surging through me. Shadows flickered at the periphery, twisting and darting like fleeting whispers of movement. Suddenly, the sea surged, waves crashing violently against the rocks. A form emerged from the depths, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. I squinted, my heart pounding as I struggled to make sense of what I saw. A ghostly figure breaking through the surface, elegantly rising with the water like an ethereal dancer. "Help me," it pleaded, voice ethereal but echoing with despair. It looked like one of the lost souls we had freed, their features blurred by the fog, a reflection of hopelessness that twisted my gut. "Please save us." My breath hitched, and I needed to help, yet something deep inside me warned against it. "Where are you?" I stammered, stepping forward into the mist. "Down below, in the fog," it called again, and as I stepped deeper into the swirling vapor, I felt the temperature drop, a biting cold gripping my bones. I could see other figures now, blurred and distant, all reaching out toward me, their faces twisted in anguish. Fear clawed at me, but I couldn't turn away. "We're coming for you," I shouted, hoping my resolve would pierce through the darkness. The figures wailed in response, a haunting symphony of despair that resonated deep within my soul. And then, the fog thickened, wrapping around me tighter than a shroud. "Lily," the whisper returned, more insistent now, slithering into my mind. I felt its hypnotic pull, drawing me closer to the shore where water met sand, where the unknown lay waiting beneath the surface. I squeezed my eyes shut, fighting the urge to succumb to the fog's call. "I won't let you take me," I howled, pulling violently away. The chill seeped through my skin, though I struggled against it, my heartbeat matching the pulse of the ocean, irregular and frantic. Suddenly, a scream shattered the air, raw and piercing. It felt familiar. "Emma!" I whipped around, searching for her among the silhouettes in distress. "Emma!" I shouted desperately. My heart raced as I scanned the shoreline, panic rising like a tidal wave. Just as I turned, I spotted her form against the fog, her eyes wide and terrified. "Lily, help me!" she cried, her voice cracking. Behind her, shifting shapes coiled in the mist, lurking like predators just waiting to pounce. "Stay back! Don't let it get you!" I yelled, lunging toward her. But the fog surged forward, clawing its way toward us with dark tendrils. I could see their ghastly faces, twisted in torment as they reached for Emma, desperate and hungry. "Run! Run!" I screamed, feeling the ground tremble beneath me as I reached out for her. She started to move, but the fog latched onto her like a vice, pulling her back. Shadows twisted and writhed, and I felt the dread suffocate me. "No, Emma, you must fight. Remember what we faced." With a surge of adrenaline, I charged through the fog, shoving aside the grasping shadows that sought to envelop me. I reached Emma and grasped her wrist, feeling her warmth against the icy grip of the fog. "We can't let it win," I shouted, pulling with all my might. The faces in the mist screamed, their eyes wide with rage and despair, but I focused on her, steeling my resolve. "Fight it! We are stronger than this." Together, we yanked against the invisible chains, but still, the fog pushed back, attempting to engulf us both. As I struggled, the air filled with anguished cries, shadows flickering around us, taunting us with the knowledge of their eternal torment. "You cannot escape, Lily," they moaned, voices forming a cacophony of fear. "You belong to us now." A chill washed over me, and I was momentarily overwhelmed by despair. But then, a spark ignited within me, igniting the shell's warmth I had once felt. "No, we are more than this," I shouted defiantly, clenching my fists against the chilly fog. Just as I felt my grip slipping, the power surged through me. I closed my eyes, focusing every ounce of strength and hope. "Keep fighting, Emma," I urged, feeling her resilience push against the dark pull. In a sudden rush, I felt warmth radiating from the shell in my pocket, a soft glow flooding the air. "By the light that connects us, we break free," I shouted, unleashing the force of the light. The fog shrieked, recoiling as if burned, and I felt Emma's hand tighten in mine. Together, we pushed back against the shadows that howled in fury, clawing at the edges of our vision. And in that moment, it was as if time warped. The air thickened, and I could see their faces more clearly, twisted in pain and fear. They were echoes of lost souls, trapped within the fog, desperate for release. "Help us," they cried in unison, and for a fleeting moment, my heart ached for their suffering. But I couldn't let them sway me. I had to protect Emma. I had to protect myself. "Let her go," I yelled into the tempest, feeling the fog attempt to wrap around me again. To my surprise, it hesitated, the chaos momentarily quieting, as if considering my words. With every ounce of will I could muster, I pulled Emma with me, forcing our way through. The light expanded, pushing back the fog like rays of dawn banishing the night. Suddenly, I felt a presence behind me, dark and heavy. I turned, and there was the girl again, her features sharper in the light. "You can't escape your fate, Lily," she hissed, eyes filled with a mix of rage and sorrow. "You may save yourself, but you will never save them." The shadows surged again, the wrath of the fog boiling over, but I held firm to Emma, drawing strength from our connection. "We will save them. We are stronger together," I proclaimed, and the light pulsed brighter. With a final burst of energy, we pushed through the veil of fog, hearing the anguished screams of the shadows as we broke free. Suddenly, we stumbled onto the sand, collapsing in exhaustion but alive, the weight of the fog lifting. But the horizon darkened, a lingering chill creeping back in as we looked at the water. Something dark lingered just beneath the surface, and unease settled in my gut. Even as the fog receded, I knew the battle wasn't over. I had felt the darkness clinging to me, lurking just out of sight, waiting for another moment of weakness. And as I stood, shaking but resolute, I realized that the true horror was not just the fog that devoured, but the secrets it held. What darkness had we released? The town lay silent, the fog retreating into the depths, but I felt the lurking threat was far from gone. There was something waiting in the shadows, something that wanted to reclaim what it had lost, and I could feel its eyes upon me. "Lily, we need to warn everyone," Emma said breathlessly, still catching her breath. I nodded, trying to shake the feeling of dread that settled like a weight on my shoulders. As we made our way back, the air felt heavy, laden with secrets and whispers that danced on the edge of my awareness. The fog may have lifted, but I knew it was merely a lull before the storm. Each step felt like a countdown, as if time were winding tighter around us, and I couldn't shake the feeling that the next encounter would be far more terrifying, far more intense. The fog was still out there, watching, waiting for the right moment to strike again. The safety of the town felt fragile, and I swore I could hear the distant calls of the lost, echoing in the night air. We had fought bravely, but I couldn't help but wonder how many dark secrets lay within the fog waiting for us to unveil them. I could feel the echoes of unease vibrating in the chill air as we returned, feeling like warriors fresh from battle, but knowing a greater fight lingered just beyond the horizon. And deep down, I realized the deepest horrors of the fog were still to come, and I had to brace myself for whatever followed next. As we approached the town, the lights flickered against the night sky, casting long shadows that danced like restless spirits. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck prickling, as if the darkness was alive, watching us with bated breath. The atmosphere felt thick, like the calm before a storm, and I wished I could shake off this creeping dread that wrapped around me. "Lily, do you think everyone is safe now?" Emma asked, her voice trembling slightly. I turned to her, wanting to reassure her, but deep inside, I felt a gnawing uncertainty. "I don't know," I admitted, my voice barely above a whisper. "But we have to let them know what we faced. They need to understand the danger." We entered my home, the familiar sights doing little to calm my racing heart. The faded photographs lining the walls seemed to dim under the oppressive weight of the night. My parents were out, probably at a neighbor's house, unaware of the threat lurking in the fog. I lit a candle, its flickering flame casting dancing shadows across the room, and summoned the courage to face whatever lay ahead. "Let's go find the others," I said, trying to gather strength. We stepped back into the night, and the fog lingered at the edges of the town, curling like fingers reaching out. I hoped to see others gathered, but as we walked, I found the streets unusually empty. The silence was deafening, broken only by the rustle of leaves and the distant sound of waves pounding against the shore. "Where is everyone?" Emma muttered, her voice afraid. A knot twisted in my stomach. "Maybe they're at the community center for that meeting," I suggested, but doubt gnawed at me. The feeling of being watched returned, something lurking just beyond the reach of my vision. As we approached the square, a figure emerged from the fog, unmistakable in its disorientation. Old Man Gregor, a local I often saw wandering the streets. "You shouldn't be out here," he rasped, his eyes wide with panic. "The fog, it's alive, and it's hungry." I took a step closer, feeling a chill crawl down my spine. "What do you mean?" I asked, noticing his hands trembled as he pointed to the thickening mist swirling around us. "It can sense fear. It knows how to get inside your head," he warned, his voice barely audible over a sudden gust of wind that sent shivers through me. Suddenly, the fog seemed to thicken and pulse, drawing closer, as if it had a mind of its own. Shapes moved within, twisting and writhing just out of sight. My heart raced, and instinctively, I grabbed Emma's hand. "We have to keep moving," I urged, ready to dart toward the community center. But just then, a piercing scream sliced through the stillness, echoing across the square like a shard of glass. "Did you hear that?" Emma cried, her face pale. I nodded, dread pooling in my gut. The scream faded into a haunting silence, leaving only the sound of our own breathing. There was something wrong, a feeling of impending doom that wrapped around us like a suffocating shroud. "What was that?" I whispered. Old Man Gregor looked around, eyes wide. "It came from the old church," he said, horror spreading across his features. "Sometimes, the fog reveals what it wants to keep hidden." "Let's go check it out," I said, though my voice lacked conviction. Emma hesitated, but the determination in my heart pushed us forward. As we made our way to the church, I noticed shadows flitting across the ground, moving in patterns that sent chills crawling up my spine. The centuries-old building loomed ahead, its wooden doors creaking as we pushed them open. Inside, the air felt stale and cold, heavy with the scent of damp wood and decay. The flickering candlelight revealed cracked pews and splintered beams, the atmosphere thick with unease. "Hello," I called, my voice echoing unnaturally in the stillness. We stepped further inside, and something caught my eye, an old, tattered tapestry hanging on the wall. It depicted a scene of a town shrouded in fog, dark figures rising from the depths, their faces twisted in agony. I felt a growing sense of dread as the figures seemed to watch me, their hollow eyes glinting in the candlelight. Suddenly, a heavy thump reverberated from the back of the church, causing me to jump. "What was that?" Emma whispered, her eyes wide. "I don't know," I replied, my voice trembling as we ventured deeper into the darkness. The air grew colder, each breath turning to mist in front of me. As I approached the altar, an overwhelming sense of despair washed over me, a thick fog of anguish that wrapped around my heart. I could almost hear the whispers of the lost souls, begging for release. "We need to get out of here," Emma urged, her fear palpable. But before I could respond, the shadows shifted again, and I caught a glimpse of movement in the corner of my eye. "Did you see that?" I gasped, heart racing. Emma nodded, backing away slowly. "Lily, we should leave." But just then, the fog seethed into the church, wrapping around our ankles like a serpent. "No," I breathed, panic surging within me as I turned to face the dark corner. A figure emerged, their features obscured by shadows. It took a step forward, and I felt my heart drop as the haunting face of the girl from the lighthouse came into view. Her expression was twisted, mouth opening in a silent scream, eyes wide with horror and pain. "Help me," she mouthed, reaching out with a gnarled hand. Behind her, the fog surged, pulling forth more faces, more lost souls, all pleading for salvation. "You can't leave us," they cried, their voices merging into a cacophony of despair. "No, this can't be happening," I shrieked, feeling the fog tighten its grip. Emma clutched my arm, but I felt trapped, held fast by the very thing I had tried to confront. "Lily, we need to go," she shouted, pulling me toward the exit, but the darkness closed in, the shadows swirling faster around us, eager to claim us. With a surge of determination, I turned back to the girl, my heart breaking at the sight of her torment. "I can't leave you," I yelled, feeling the fog's grip loosening as I grasped the warmth of the light weaving through my chest. "I will help you. I will not let this fog take you." "Lily," Emma cried, her voice cracking with fear as the shadows clawed at us, whispering promises of despair. But I squeezed her hand, forcing the light to shine even brighter. "Stay close to me. We can get through this together." I focused on the warmth growing inside, gathering it like a flame against the encroaching cold. "By the strength of our bond, we break the curse," I shouted, and suddenly, a blinding light erupted from me, illuminating the dark depths of the church. The fog recoiled, shrieking in rage as the faces faded into the light, swirling away like mists evaporating in the sun. I felt the grip on my soul slacken, the weight of despair lifting, but the shadows in the corners of the church writhed and hissed, growing more insistent. With one last push, I thrust my light forward, sweeping through the church, lighting every corner. The room brightened, and in that moment, I caught a glimpse of hope shining in the eyes of the girl. "Thank you," she whispered, and as the light burst forth, the fog melted away, revealing the truth hidden beneath. But then I realized it wasn't over. Just outside the church, the very environment felt alive, the fog raging like a beast denied its prey. Emma and I stumbled outside, the glow fading as we emerged into the night air, but the fog surged back, angry and ravenous. In the distance, a low rumble sounded, like thunder building up right above us. "What now?" Emma gasped, panic overtaking her. Yet I knew we couldn't lose our resolve. I turned to face the encroaching darkness, heart pounding. "We must warn the others. This is just the beginning." The skies darkened as we raced toward the community center, the fog billowing in angry waves behind us, shadows pressing closer, eager to reclaim their lost souls. "They need to know what's coming," I said, my feet pounding against the pavement, urgency flooding my senses. But as we drew nearer, I saw movement inside the center, a shadowy figure standing by the window, staring out into the night, watching us. A ripple of fear shot through me, and I stopped short. "Who's there?" I called out, heart racing. As we approached, the figure's features finally became clear in the dim light. The mayor of our town, Mr. Hallstrom, his expression grave. "You shouldn't have come back," he said softly, but the shadows flickered around him, and I felt an icy grip on the back of my neck. "Mr. Hallstrom, we need your help," I cried, but a dark smile spread across his face, twisting his features into something grotesque. "You're already too late," he said, and the fog crashed against the building, the glass quaking under the weight of invisible fury. Emma and I exchanged frantic glances, desperation rising. "This isn't over, is it?" I muttered, feeling the weight of the truth pressing down. The shadows swirled around us, closing in, "We've only just begun to fight," I said, my voice trembling with fear and determination, as the shadows of the church and the fog threatened to consume everything in their path. What lay ahead was a battle, not just for our lives, but for the souls of everyone in town. And I knew that if we didn't find a way to resist the darkness surrounding us, we would become just as lost as the shadows we had seen. And deep in the heart of the fog, something else stirred. An ancient malevolence awakened, waiting for the final confrontation that would either seal our doom or bring an end to the terror of the fog that had haunted us all. What lay ahead was a battle, not just for our lives, but for the souls of everyone in town. And I knew that if we didn't find a way to resist the darkness surrounding us, we would become just as lost as the shadows we had seen. I felt a shiver run through me as I turned to face Mr. Hallstrom, confusion washing over my thoughts. "What do you mean we're too late?" I demanded, feeling a wave of desperation rise within me. The fog pressed against the windows of the community center, a living thing eager to consume whatever warmth and light still existed inside. "Lily," Mr. Hallstrom said, his voice low and chilling, "you cannot comprehend the darkness that is reclaiming its territory. This fog hasn't returned simply to haunt us. It's here to take what it lost and to feast on the fear of your kind." His eyes glinted with something akin to madness, and the shadows moved around him, whispering secrets that sent dread deep into my bones. With every word, I felt the room darken further. "We have to confront it," I urged, grasping Emma's hand tightly, trying to collect my thoughts. "If the fog is feeding on fear, we must stand together and light the way. There must be something we can do." But Mr. Hallstrom merely laughed, a bitter sound that echoed off the walls. "You have no idea what you're up against. The fog senses your resolve. It will twist it, manipulate it. It will use your loved ones against you." The shadows flickered, curling around him like serpents, and I felt bile rise in my throat as the realization hit me. "What do you mean by that?" I asked, my heart pounding in my chest as I glanced worriedly at Emma, whose face mirrored my growing dread. I needed to remain calm, but fear gripped my what lay ahead was a battle, not just for our lives, but for the souls of everyone in town. And I knew that if we didn't find a way to resist the darkness surrounding us, we would become just as lost as the shadows we had seen. "Get back, Mr. Hallstrom!" I shouted, the urgency in my voice cutting through the night's stillness as I pulled Emma closer. A flicker of something dark crossed his face, and the shadows behind him undulated like a living thing. I had never seen the mayor so unhinged, his usually calm demeanor twisted with a kind of madness that made my skin crawl. "Foolish children," he hissed, and his tone turned sharp. "You don't understand what you're dealing with." As he raised his arms, the shadows around him coalesced, forming into dark tendrils that seemed to reach for us, glowing faintly in the corner of my eye. It was as if the fog itself had come alive, gathering strength from the fear swirling in the air. An icy dread spread through me as I stumbled back. "What do you mean?" I demanded, trying to keep my voice steady. The house behind him creaked, as if responding to the weight of his words. "We helped you drive it away. We faced the fog." I chased after that flicker of hope, glaring at the shadows that writhed at his feet. But instead of reassurance, the mayor broke into a terrible laugh, a sound that sent shivers racing up my spine. With every echo of that laughter, I felt the air around us grow colder, and the shadows stirred, expanding and shortening like an animal ready to pounce. "You think you've won? The fog is an ancient force. It revels in despair, and it always comes back," he said, his eyes wild, gleaming with a darkness deeper than I'd ever known. "Lily, please, we need to get out of here," Emma pleaded, her voice frantic. I looked at her, fear reflecting in her wide eyes. It burned into my mind, igniting my adrenaline. "We can't stay here. We won't survive if we don't move." Just then, the doors of the community center slammed shut behind us with a deafening bang, vibrating through the building like a warning bell. I swung around, panic bubbling inside me. But the mayor stood firm, unmoving, just like the shadows enveloping him. "You're trapped now, just like the rest," he whispered, and the darkness seemed to pulse in agreement. I clenched my teeth, fighting the terror creeping into my mind. No, we won't let it consume us. I yanked Emma's hand, urging her to follow me as I ran toward a side door that led to the back alley. Somehow, I knew we had to escape this nightmare before it engulfed us whole. As we burst through the door, the night air shocked me with its coldness, cutting through the heat of fear. I turned back, determined to wrestle us from this fate. But the fog was closing in again, swirling in heavy waves, ready to constrict around us like a serpent. Where do we go? Emma gasped, glancing back at the building. Shadows flickered in the windows, faces peering out, mouths moving in silent screams. I couldn't let her see how scared I was or how hopeless everything felt in that moment. Instead, I took a deep breath and pointed toward a small path that wound toward the woods. We can try to hide in the trees until we come up with a plan, I said, my voice steadier than I felt. As we made our way down the path, the fog followed us, creeping closer, its chill wrapping around me tighter. I could feel it tugging in my mind, gripping at my thoughts like fingers formed from sheer dread. Stay close to me, I warned Emma, fully aware that every step echoed with foreboding. Suddenly, a deep rumbling sounded from the forest, sending tremors beneath our feet. The ground seemed to pulse like a living heartbeat, each thud matching the racing tempo of my heart. What was that? Emma whispered, her voice barely audible over the cacophony of the night. Not sure, I replied, dread pooling in my stomach. But we have to keep moving, and just as we reached the tree line, the fog roared with a sound like a wailing banshee, a noise so piercing it threatened to shatter my resolve. We ducked under the low branches, the trees towering high above us, their skeletal limbs clawing at the sky. The air was thick and heavy, pressing against me as if urging me to turn back. We're safe here, right? Emma said, but I could hear the tremor in her voice, echoing the doubt gnawing at me. No one should be able to get us beneath the trees, I assured her, though my heart felt like it was caught in a vice. Then, from the depths of the fog, ghostly whispers began to filter through the air, soft and deceptive, calling my name. Lily! Lily! The shadows elongated, growing longer, creeping like a slow tide toward us, eager to swallow us. Do you hear that? I gasped, fear coursing through my veins. They're calling for us? Emma's eyes widened, and I could see the panic rising in her chest. We can't listen, she shrieked, covering her ears, but it was too late. The voices slithered through the trees, wrapping around my mind as I turned toward the whispering gloom. Join us, Lily? Join us, they breathed, echoing with promises of peace and release, like a siren's lullaby. I felt myself drawn toward the dark mass, my feet moving forward as though against my will. Images flashed in my mind, faces twisted in agony, lost souls begging for release, their hands outstretched to grasp me. No! Fight it! Emma shouted, grabbing my arm and pulling me back. You have to fight it! A surge of energy rushed back to me as Ozzy suddenly galloped through the trees, barking ferociously, scattering branches and leaves in his wake. His brown eyes gleamed with panic and loyalty. Ozzy, no! I cried, tears of frustration forming in my eyes. He bounded toward me, sensing my fear, jarring me out of the fog's hold. We rushed deeper into the forest, away from the frantic whispers, my heart pounding with renewed urgency. The paths twisted and turned, leading us off the beaten trail and into thickets that seemed almost alive, scratching at our legs as if trying to hold us back. And then it happened. We stumbled into a clearing where the moon hung low, illuminating a sight so chilling it stopped me in my tracks. In the center lay a massive stone altar, covered in twisted vines and dark soil. Scattered around it were faded trinkets, broken toys, and remnants of past offerings, each one a testimony to the innocent souls claimed by the fog. My breath caught in my throat as I stepped closer, horrified and captivated. The air grew heavy with a sense of foreboding, and I suddenly understood. This was the heart of the fog, the place where despair fed the darkness. What is this? Emma murmured from behind me, her voice trembling. My gaze turned to the swirling shadows in the distance. They were gathering, pressing toward the clearing, drawn to the altar like moths to a flame. "We need to destroy it," I gasped, the weight of realization dawning on me. But even as I spoke, the darkness swarmed, manifesting into ghostly figures that shrieked and wailed. "You cannot escape what you are," they cried, and the familiar faces of those we had lost flickered among them. I felt tears sting my eyes. "You belong to us? No, we will break this cycle," I shouted, the frustration igniting a fierce determination inside me. "We will fight." Emma and I turned back to Ozzy, who stood protectively by our side, ready for whatever came next. The sounds of the forest faded into a consuming silence, and I looked at her, realizing that for the first time, I could see the truth. We were fighting against something much larger than ourselves. But I knew we couldn't face this alone. With a wave of adrenaline coursing through me, I steeled my resolve and took Emma's hand. "We need to perform a ritual, something to harness the light against this darkness," I decided, memories of old tales flooding back to me. The legend spoke of strength drawn from the earth itself, from those who believed. I could feel the ground vibrating beneath my feet, and I dropped to my knees, fingers digging into the cool, damp soil. "We will give them strength," I declared, conviction rising within me. I focused with every ounce of my being, intent on reaching out to the very essence of the earth. "Let our resolve guide us. Let our light shine bright against the darkness," I called, channeling my energy into the rhythm of the chant that spilled forth from my lips, a long-hidden power awakening around us. Emma joined in, her voice weaving through mine, creating a harmony, a song that echoed against the howling wind. Together, we pulled at the earth's roots, intertwining our spirits with those we had lost. Ozzy howled in a fierce rallying cry. The fog surged forward in a final wave, desperate to silence us. The whispers grew louder, an avalanche of despair crashing in, each wretched soul clawing to reclaim its lost hopes. "You cannot resist," they screamed. But we stood firm, grounding ourselves amid the chaos as the light began to pulse, flickering from beneath us, driven by our determination. With every word we sung, the dark force itself began to ebb and flow like water, responding to our call. I could feel something shift within the shadows, as if they recognized us, as if they were no longer just ethereal nightmares, but echoes of those we once knew. And even as the fog roared, its anger surging against us, the weight of our hope surged forward, a bright beacon cutting through the darkness. The clearing lit up, a radiant swell of warm light, chasing away the cold embrace of despair, illuminating the altar beneath us. The dark figures twisted and writhed in agony, their cries rising to a crescendo as they were pushed back, retreating into the shadows. The altar began to glow, heavy cracks splintering across its surface as the combined energies of our spirits pushed against the weight of the fog. In that moment, I could see them, the lost souls, swirling in confusion, their faces lighting up with a glimmer of recognition. "Thank you," they whispered as they began to dissolve in, to the light, each flickering like faint stars. I felt my heart swell, a bittersweet ache flowing through me as I released the energy from deep within. But the darkness wasn't finished. It lashed back, howling in fury, clawing at our minds, desperate to hold us back. "You are too late," it screeched. "You will never be free." I fought against the suffocating fear, pushing firmly against the weight in my chest. "We will break this cycle," I vowed. "We will not be consumed." The fog screamed, retreating further as the light flared among us, bursting forth with an intensity one had never felt before. I held on, channeling all I had into the clearing, and suddenly, the earth shook beneath us, releasing a blinding flash that vibrated through the trees. I could feel the ground shatter, a powerful force exploding, sending shockwaves that echoed through the forest. The shadows retreated, drawing closer to the ruins as they fought to hold on. But with every ounce of our strength, We would force them into the dawn, forcing them to leave the darkness behind. Through the light, I glimpsed the exchanges of hope and solace fluttering among the swirling souls, faces turning toward Emma and me with gratitude. We could do this. We could send them home, lift them above the fog's reach and into the light. Remember us? I yelled, my voice cutting through the chaos, feeling their warmth coil around me in a brilliant embrace. You are free. You have fought long enough. The ground trembled beneath us, and with one final surge, the light exploded above us, illuminating the canopy of trees and banishing the fog into a fleeting whisper. The darkness shrieked one last time before being consumed entirely, the sounds echoing into nothingness, leaving only an empty silence. The night grew still, an eerie calm settling as the fog retreated beyond the hills, dispersing into the shadows of the forest. I collapsed onto the ground, overwhelmed by exhaustion, but filled with a strange sense of peace. Lily, we did it, Emma breathed, her voice barely a whisper, as though she couldn't quite believe what had just happened. We actually did it. Gazing up at the twinkling stars overhead, I felt a mix of emotions pour through me. Relief, sadness, but also hope. The night grew still, an eerie calm settling as the fog retreated beyond the hills, dispersing into the shadows of the forest. I collapsed onto the ground, overwhelmed by exhaustion, but filled with a strange sense of peace. Lily, we did it. Emma breathed, her voice barely a whisper, as though she couldn't quite believe what had just happened. We actually did it. Gazing up at the twinkling stars overhead, I felt a mix of emotions pour through me. Relief, sadness, but also hope. Beneath the vast sky, I thought maybe we were finally free from the darkness that had haunted our town, that had lingered in the edges of our lives like a predator waiting in the shadows. But the moment of serenity was short-lived. A cold breeze swept through the clearing, sending chills rippling down my spine. Something fell off. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath me again, but this time it felt different, more violent. The earth cracked, splitting open in jagged lines that seemed to pulse with an unnatural energy. I jumped to my feet, heart racing as I struggled to stay steady, watching wider gaps open like gaping mouths ready to swallow us whole. Emma, move! I shouted, grabbing her hand and pulling her away from the growing fissure. Fear coiled in my stomach as dark tendrils began to emerge from the cracks, slithering like snakes reaching out of the abyss. Lily, what is happening? Emma yelled, panic flooding her voice, and I could see the terror in her eyes reflecting back at me. The shadows coiled around us, the remnants of the fog gathering in the fissures, merging back into something more horrific than before. I don't know, I cried, adrenaline surging through me as I turned back toward the altar. We need to find a way to seal it. We awakened something, and now it wants to reclaim its power. The shadows pulsed, and I could hear the whispering voices again, louder this time, screaming through the darkness. I couldn't decipher their words, but the anguish was clear, their sorrow mingling with rage. It felt like they were desperate to claw their way back into our reality, dragging us down into that terrifying realm where despair reigned. The atmosphere thickened, the air becoming stale and heavy. I shielded my eyes as the light began to dim, swallowed by the encroaching darkness. It's alive! I shouted to Emma, Ness replacing my initial hope. It's hungry! Suddenly, the shadows surged forward, swirling in a frenzy as if whipped into a storm, and I couldn't look away. Shapes formed within the darkness, twisted figures resembling those we had seen in the church, their faces contorted in anguish and desire, clawing toward us. I stumbled back, feeling the tendrils brush against me, icy fingers that sent shockwaves of terror coursing through my body. We can't let them get us. We must fight. I turned to Emma, determination igniting a spark in my chest. Think of the light. We can channel it again. We need to unite our energy. Okay, she said, tears welling in her eyes, but a newfound resolve shining through. Let's do it. We clasped our hands tightly, closing our eyes to focus inward, reaching for the flicker of warmth that remained. The shadows writhed around us, anger boiling within them. Their whispers turned into anguished screams, louder and more jarring, threatening to break our concentration. "Lily! Emma! You think you can escape?" a voice boomed, echoing from the depths of the dark. It was the mayor, his face twisting in the shadows, morphing into something demonic. "You are part of this. You always were." "No!" I shot back, forcing brightness into my mind, pushing against the darkness that threatened to consume us. "We can end this. We are not afraid." As we focused, light surged from within, gathering around us, illuminating the clearing with radiant energy that clashed against the encroaching shadow. The moment the light flared, the shadow screamed, retreating from the brilliant glow, but it wasn't enough. The ground shuddered violently, and before I could react, a massive black shape broke free from the fissures, rising like a tide, dark and swirling. This was no mere shadow. It was a creature born of despair itself, an amalgamation of every broken soul it had ever consumed. "Lily, no!" Emma cried out, the raw terror in her voice like ice in my veins. I felt paralyzed by fear as the creature loomed over us, the air thick with its malevolent presence. It opened its maw, dark and endless, revealing countless faces howling within, each one pleading for release, yet twisted in torment. The urge to flee flooded through me, but the need to protect Emma kept me rooted in place. "We can't give in," I shouted, forcing myself to breathe, to think. "We must not let it take us." Suddenly, the creature lunged, and time seemed to slow as it came barreling toward us. The air screamed with anguish, and the ground trembled under the weight of its power. My instinct was to close my eyes, to shield myself from the horror, but I stood firm, willing myself to face it. "Now!" I yelled, and together we unleashed our light. A beam of pure energy shot forward, colliding with the creature's darkness, illuminating the night in a brilliant explosion of color. The force sent shockwaves through my body, almost knocking me off my feet as the light surged through the clearing, enveloping everything in its grasp. I could feel the shadows recoil, the creature flailing as the light burned away its tendrils. "We can do this!" Emma shouted, her voice fierce and unwavering. But I could see that the creature was not willing to lose without a fight. It writhed in frustration, shadowy appendages reaching out as if desperate to pull the light back into its cold embrace. "Don't let them take you," Emma cried. And in that moment, I felt a surge of energy connect us, something unbreakable and tangible. I held tightly to her hand, our determination forging a link that resisted the encroaching darkness. The combination of our hope and strength intensified the brightness around us, driving back the shadows with a force I had never anticipated. Yet the creature began to twist back, its form warping and contorting, a horrifying visage of nightmarish proportions that loomed impossibly large. It shrieked, filling the air with deafening sounds that pierced through my heart, stirring a terror I had never known. With every ounce of our strength, we focused on the memory of those lost, the people whose souls had been trapped. We could not let any of them suffer any longer. "Shine for them," I shouted, the memories flooding my mind, faces that once smiled, bright hopes now lost in the fog. "Shine!" A brilliant flash erupted from our clasped hands, a wave of light that rippled across the creature's form, forcing it to retract as it writhed in agony. "No, you will not take them," it screeched, fury surging through its being. But I refused to back down. The light expanded, engulfing everything in its warm embrace, and the creature shrieked, now distorting as if it were being pulled apart. Then it lunged again, desperate, its shadowy appendages striking like whips toward us, but I felt the warmth magnify, a shield forming as the light pressed back, carving a haven from despair. "Together!" I shouted, grounding myself in the light of our memories, in the strength of our bond. The creature's howls echoed through the forest, angry and mournful, filling the air with a sense of desperate rage. It fought against the light, clawing its way closer, but I pushed forward, fueled by the hope of freedom. The combination of our energies ignited a bursting flare of light, shooting high into the night sky, illuminating the clearing, and for a moment, the creature fell silent. "Lily, look!" Emma gasped, pointing as the light created a radiant pulse that expanded outward, casting away the tendrils that clung to us, illuminating the darkness beyond the clearing. The shadows recoiled with fear. We held our breath as the creature screamed, twisting in agony, shadows dissipating into the glowing haze around us. The faces trapped within its mass began to emerge, reflecting the warm light, their whispers transforming from sorrow to relief. "We're breaking the cycle," I cried, pushing harder against the weight of the darkness, my heart surging with newfound hope. But even in that moment of triumph, I could feel a shadow lingering, an essence that fought against the light, clawing its way back. The remnants of the fog still clung to the edges of the clearing, dark and persistent, and it was clear the battle was far from over. With grim determination, I turned to Emma and shouted, "We have to finish it once and for all." The shadows had retreated, but I could feel them lurking at the edges of our triumph, waiting for the moment we let our guard down. And so, together, we channeled every ounce of energy into one last surge. Light erupted from our hands once more, a mighty beam aimed straight at the heart of the shadow creature. It howled in rage, thrashing wildly, but we held on, unwavering in our resolve, refusing to let despair reclaim its hold over us. Just as the beam connected, the creature let out one final scream that echoed through the forest, shaking the ground beneath us. In an explosion of light and darkness, the creature burst apart, fragments swirling in a maelstrom of despair and hope. The shadows evaporated, collapsing in on themselves like a paper caught in a fire, consumed by our resolute light. And just like that, it was over. The clearing grew quiet, the oppressive heaviness lifted, leaving only the soft whisper of the wind through the trees. Exhausted, Emma and I fell to our knees, our hands still joined, breathing in the stillness that spread around us. The stars sparkled overhead, and for the first time, I felt true peace settle in my heart. But beneath that peace, a lingering fear clawed at the edges of my mind. Had we truly defeated the darkness? Or had we merely pushed it back, allowing it to regroup, lurking patiently for the next opportunity to rise again? As I scanned the forest, a shiver ran through me, but I shook it off. "We did it," I whispered, but deep down, I knew that some part of me would always worry about the darkness, that it would never fully let go. And as I gazed around, a flicker of movement caught my eye, just a shadow creeping at the edge of the light, a whisper of the past that felt uncomfortably familiar. My heart sank as I caught a glimpse of something disappearing into the tree line, a dark silhouette lost in the depths of the forest. The horror that had clawed at us, the pain and sadness we had fought against, perhaps it had not been vanquished at all. "Did you see that?" I asked Emma, my voice trembling slightly. "What?" she replied, glancing around, but the moment felt heavy, a sensation that something was watching, lurking in the shadows. The moment stretched out, silence hanging thick around us, as we both turned our eyes toward the tree line. Then, in the stillness, a figure stepped out, barely illuminated by the fading light. My stomach dropped as I recognized the silhouette. The unmistakable contour of Mr. Hallstrom appeared, emerging from the darkness with a faint smile twisting on his lips. "Children, don't you see?" he said, his voice chillingly calm. "You've done so much, but the darkness will always find a way back. It's part of the cycle." "No!" The words echoed in my mind, sending ripples of terror through my body as I understood what he was saying. Our fight wasn't over. With a determined resolve, I stood up and took a step back. "What do you want?" The air crackled with tension, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. "Why don't you let me show you?" he said, and before I could react, darkness erupted behind him, more powerful than before, spilling out like a tidal wave coming to reclaim its ground. The shadows rushed toward us again, and I felt Emma's grip tighten as fear gripped my heart. "No, not again!" I shouted, desperate for a way to fight back, to protect ourselves from the overwhelming presence. I felt the light flicker within me, and I took a deep breath. No matter how many times you try to snuff it out, we will always find a way back to the light. Emma yelled, her voice fierce, fueled by the memories of everyone lost to the fog. I won't let it take you again, I cried, summoning every bit of energy I could muster. The shadows clawed at us, creeping forward like a suffocating mist intent on snuffing out our flickering light. My heart raced, pounding against my chest as I felt the pull of despair trying to draw me back into its cold arms. But I refused to give in. I focused on the light within me, that warm spark ignited by hope, and I felt Emma's presence beside me, her strength mingling with mine. "We can do this!" I shouted, channeling everything I had into my voice, pushing against the oppressive darkness looming ahead. As I concentrated, the shadows twisted and writhed, forming growth, skew shapes that flickered in and out of existence. I could hear anguished whispers rising from within them, remnants of lost souls trapped in a cycle of suffering. Each cry pierced my heart like a dagger, threatening to tear me down, but I knew we could break through that pain. "Stand strong," I yelled, turning to Emma, desperation mixing with determination in my voice. "They're trying to scare us. Don't let them win." With that, I reached deep within, summoning the courage to stand firm against the swirling darkness. It pulsed in time with my heartbeat, furious and relentless, but I could feel the light pushing against it, piercing through with a resolve that burned brighter than I'd ever felt before. Then, like a fierce wind, I felt the energy explode from me in waves. Light cascaded outward, illuminating the clearing momentarily, casting shadows back into darkness. I could see their twisted forms shrink, their faces distorting into expressions of anger and fear. The creature faltered, hesitating like it was unsure whether to retreat or attack. And then it lunged. A thick, formless mass shot toward us, its tendrils reaching hungrily. I gasped as they latched onto my arm, icy and suffocating, pulling me into their darkness. My thoughts raced. "Emma!" I shouted, struggling against the chilling grip. "Lily!" she yelled back, her voice laced with panic. But instead of giving in to despair, I dug my heels into the earth, gritting my teeth and pulling against the shadows. I couldn't lose her. Not now. "No!" I screamed into the void. "You won't take us?" Digging deep, I summoned every single memory of joy, every flicker of light I could remember. The laughter of friends, the beautiful sunrise over the hills, warm hugs from my family. Each of these memories fueled my resolve. The shadows tightened around me, dragging me closer to the heart of darkness, but I pushed back harder. "Together, we can do this." Emma's voice rose up beside me, fighting back against the tendrils that tried to pry her away. "I'm not going anywhere," she shouted, her spirit shining through the shadows like a flaring torch. Our combined light flared, pushing the shadows back inch by inch. The figure of Mr. Hallstrom watched, his smile twisted, as if both fascinated and furious at our defiance. "You have no idea what you're facing," he hissed, his words curling through the air like smoke, taunting us. I felt a cold chill seep into my bones at his words, an unsettling sense of dread creeping back into my heart. What did he mean? But I couldn't let my fear disturb our energy. "You're wrong," I shot back, determination fueling my every word. "We are not afraid of you. You don't own us." At that moment, the ground beneath us shook violently, the forest trembling as if it too was aware of the battle between light and dark. The shadows writhed uncontrollably, forming into twisted faces that howled in pain. I watched in horror as they merged into solid shapes, grotesque figures that seemed to draw strength from the darkness itself. A palpable fear filled the air as the creature stretched upward, towering over us, its spiraling limbs intertwining like twisted branches reaching for the skies. It opened its maw wide, revealing an endless void where screams echoed, and I realized with growing dread that all those lost souls could still feel that pain. "Lily!" Emma's voice broke through my thoughts, steady yet fearful. "We have to do this now. We can't let them pull us in." With that, I squeezed her hand tighter, igniting a surge of strength that coursed through us, illuminating the clearing once more. Without thinking, I shouted, "For everyone trapped in darkness. For all of us." In that moment of fierce determination, the light erupted from us, spiraling upward like a vanishing star. It pierced the creature, its anguish shrieks filling the forest like a smog. The pain of all those trapped resonated around us, louder than anything I had ever experienced, wrapping around our hearts like icy tendrils, threatening to break us. But somehow, we held on, with our voices intertwined like a haunting melody, rising even in the face of despair. "We will not be defeated," I yelled, feeling the energy coalesce, the light expanding into a blinding wave that surged toward the creature. It screamed, shattering the air with a terrible wail, tendrils flailing as they were engulfed in the brightness. I could see the faces of those lost souls finally tearing free, their expressions shifting from torment to relief as the shadows burst apart around them. Yet amidst the chaos, I felt something else lurking in the background, an even darker presence that had been biding its time, whispering in tones that promised dread. Just when I thought we had triumphed, that we had finally broken the cycle, a new shadow emerged from the darkness, the echoes of the ones we thought we had saved slipping back into grief and despair. "No, not again," I cried, feeling a sense of impossibility clawing back into my heart. The figure of Mr. Hallstrom shifted, his form twisting unnaturally as shadows gathered around him, pooling like a dark mist. "Did you really think you could banish all darkness?" he sneered, voice dripping with malice. "This is just another beginning. The cycle will never end." His laughter echoed around us, hollow and deep, reverberating through the very trees as they seemed to sway with unease. Suddenly, the ground shook again, seeds of fear planted deep within my soul, taking root and sprouting tendrils of panic. Shadows shot out from him like dark lightning, raining in the escaping light, ensnaring the freed souls in a grasp that held them tightly. "No!" I shouted, new terror flooding through me as I watched the light flickering around us wane in the growing darkness. I felt the warmth slipping away and my heart sank, a feeling like ice coursing through my veins. "Fight it, Lily!" Emma cried, her voice breaking through the cacophony. Her determination resonated, igniting a flame inside me that's struggling to resist the pull of hopelessness. I focused, frantically searching for a way out of this cycle, a glimmering pathway amid the swirling shadows. "We can push back, together!" I yelled, our hands still clasped tightly. But with every passing moment, I felt my strength wavering, the fear overwhelming me. The shadows wrapped around my mind, whispering doubts and fears like an eerie lullaby. "You are nothing without the light," it cooed. "Just give in?" I felt darkness lurking, waiting for me to relent, to slip back into the comforting embrace of despair. But I wouldn't give in. "Emma!" I called out, desperation edging into my voice. "We need to ignite the light. Together. We have to fight back with everything we have." Before she could reply, the shadows lunged at us, engulfing us in a thick fog of darkness. I could barely see, but I felt the presence press in around us, suffocating and weighty. "It's going to trap us," Emma yelled, panic creeping into her voice. "Focus," I shouted, forcing the panic down. "We can do this. Dig deep and remember the warmth we felt." In the suffocating dark, I breathed deeply, summoning every ounce of courage until the warmth ignited in my chest, fighting back the cold. I thought of every moment that had ever filled me with joy, and every soul we had fought for. With a renewed fervor, I opened my eyes and let that light spill forth, a brilliant wave cutting through the shadows like a lighthouse breaking through a storm. I could feel Emma beside me, her energy sparking brighter as if our hearts were beat in rhythm, pulsing with defiance. "Now!" I yelled, igniting that brilliance, pushing against the encroaching darkness. Light burst forth and exploded around us, sending shockwaves that shattered the fog. Just as that light expanded, I saw the twisted forms of those lost souls drifting back, flickering as if confirming our fears. They hovered, their faces etched with anguish, caught between the flickering light and the suffocating darkness of despair. "Lily, look out!" Emma screamed as I caught a glimpse of the dark tendrils reappearing, darting toward my side like snakes ready to strike. I spun around, feeling the air shift as a new wave of darkness surged toward me. And in that moment, time slowed. A primal instinct kicked in, and I braced myself, feeling the energy coalescing deep within me. "Not today!" I roared, raising my hand towards the shadows, feeling the warm rush surge through my arm and out into a brilliant shield, slamming against the darkness. The shadows recoiled, but they were relentless. I bit my lip, refusing to back down even as doubt clawed at me. "I will protect you," I shouted to the souls trapped within the dark. With renewed urgency, I felt the light tumbling down through my fingers, and it burst forth, flaring like fireworks across the night sky, illuminating every corner. A brilliant explosion that sent ripples through the darkness. Mr. Hallstrom's figure twisted in fury, shadows spilling around him like a raging storm. "You foolish children!" he roared, and at that moment, I knew I had touched a nerve. This isn't over. With every bit of energy left within me, I focused, pouring it into that radiant light. "We will take you down." Suddenly, a deafening roar filled the night, and the figures of those once lost began to swirl around us, their forms growing brighter as they reached for our light. They combined with our energy, igniting a fierce resolve that washed over me like a tidal wave, growing ever stronger. No longer just shadows, but echoes of the living, filled with brighter purpose. Shadows flailed and screamed, desperately trying to cling to their scattered remnants of darkness. But it was no use. Even as it swirled and churned, their cries of anger turned into notes of release. "We will be free," echoed through the night as the souls began to dissolve into the beam of light, dissolving into the energy we fueled. Then, in the heart of that radiant glow, I saw smiles emerge as they broke free. "No!" Hallstrom cried. "You cannot do this!" But we could. With every ounce of our combined strength, we released the radiant energy, pushing it forward, forcing the darkness back until it shattered. A crackling sound reverberating through the air, the remnants dissolving into nothingness. But just as we thought we had won, I saw another swirl forming, something darker and more sinister rising from the depths. In disbelief, I took a step back, just as it coiled upward like a serpent rising to strike. My heart plunged into my stomach, and a feeling of dread weighted me down again. This wasn't over. "Lily, look out!" Emma screamed, rushing to my side. "Turn back!" I shouted, the words tumbling out as I couldn't tear my eyes away from the mass forming behind Hallstrom. It was consuming everything, pulsing with dark energy, filling the air with the scent of rot and decay. "Don't you understand? You've merely postponed the inevitable. The darkness will rise again," Hallstrom said, his threatening laughter ringing in my ears. "Not if we're standing together," I yelled, a fierce determination rising within me. The shadows swelled, a wall of despair, thick and impenetrable, yet I felt strength radiating between Emma and me, binding us together. "We can't let it take us again. We must stand our ground." In that moment, everything seemed to blur. The encroaching shadows, the laughter, the energy surging within us. Everything became one. The shadows clawed at us, but we pushed back harder, standing our ground against the fear that threatened to consume us once more. "Let's show them the power of our light," Emma shouted. The shadows advanced, and I steeled myself, bringing back all the warmth I could, focusing on every flicker of hope, summoning every memory of laughter and light. In the center of that swirling mass, I unleashed all I had. For every soul lost, For every tear shed, I screamed, pouring the memories of laughter, love, and friendship into a single pulse of light that shot forward like a comet. The shadows writhed, their forms shifting and twisting, howling in fury as they began to splinter under the radiant beam. I felt the pain they channeled, the despair that wrapped around them. But instead of succumbing to the fear, I pressed on, letting the warmth inside me explode outward. Then, something unexpected happened. The dark mass recoiled as it splintered, revealing faces twisted in eternal suffering, their eyes gleaming with pain and despair. It was an unforgiving reminder of the struggle we were facing. Each face expressed a lifetime of loss, their mouths opening in silent screams pleading for release. "Lily, look!" Emma gasped, her voice trembling beside me. "They're trapped." I felt a shiver race down my spine as I turned to see the faces within the shadows, their eyes wide, some reaching out as if trying to reach us. "We have to help them. They don't want to be part of this." I cried out, my heart breaking for the souls caught in the dark. But as I reached out, the dark mass surged forward again, determined not to lose its grip on them. Visions of sorrow mixed with the roiling shadows. I became lost in a web of despair that threatened to pull me into its depths. A vision of darkness consuming the light around me, suffocating everything. The laughter of children turned to cries of pain. I saw faces I didn't recognize, faces twisted with horror, screaming silently for relief. This was what the darkness wanted, to bury my hope beneath layers of fear and sorrow. "Fight it! Don't let them drag you down!" Emma shouted, her voice breaking me from the grasp of the shadows. We needed to unite our strength to push through the suffocating veil of despair. I squeezed her hand, feeling the warmth and determination from her strength coursing through me, pulling me back from the edge. "I'm here," I whispered, emotions tangled within me. "We will set them free." Drawing everything I had, I focused on the light. I envisioned a fire burning brightly amidst the darkness, igniting the shadows surrounding us. I imagined enveloping those lost souls, pulling them toward warmth and safety, rebirthing hope. The mass shrieked, the sounds echoing like banshees. "You cannot save them. They're ours. No, we will not let you take them," I shouted back, feeling a fierce anger rise within me as I poured more of my energy into the light, pushing it outward with all my force, filling the air with a blinding radiance. As the luminosity spread, the agonized faces began to shift and flicker. Some were defined, swirling with desperation, while others reflected the flickers of their previous lives. Suddenly, I felt something strange, a connection, a surge of shared emotions. It was unnerving, like an unseen thread binding us, revealing the fear and hope entwined deep within those souls. They weren't just lost shadows. They were reminders of what the darkness had stolen. Memories, lives, and loves that had been consumed by despair. "I can feel them," I exclaimed, my heart pounding as the realization hit me. "They're reaching out." With renewed determination, I focused again, amplifying the light until it erupted in waves, illuminating the clearing. With an intense brightness that felt almost tangible, I could see the darkness recoiling as the radiant energy enveloped the souls, pulling them cautiously toward the light. But then the shadows surged again, clawing back fiercely, not willing to let go. A part of me trembled within the fear of what would happen if we failed. "We have to keep fighting," I urged Emma, my voice steady despite the trepidation building in my chest. "They need us." And then, just as the figures seemed to shimmer, we heard a voice, a whisper that floated on the air, echoing like a soft breeze. "Help us." I turned to Emma, eyes wide. "Did you hear that?" She nodded, fear painting her otherwise determined face. "They want us to help them. They are still here. They are not gone," I murmured, conviction filling me as I focused once more on the people trapped within that swirling darkness. "We will help you. We will bring you back." With that, I summoned my energy again, feeling it pool like a storm inside me. I released a flood of light, casting it out wider, brighter, illuminating every corner. The shadows shrieked in response, twisting away from the purity of our glow, their forms flickering and distorting. The faces began to emerge more clearly, some still twisted with anguish while others looked hopeful, yearning for the light. "Lily, don't give up!" Emma shouted, determination fueled in her voice. Together, we pushed harder, pouring every ounce of emotion into that radiant beam. The darkness writhed violently, its hold on the trapped souls faltering for the first time, signs of anguish melting into relief as their forms began to shift toward the light. But as hope surged, I felt a sudden chill envelop the clearing, icy fingers of dread coiling around my spine. I turned slowly, sensing that something else was looming just beyond the edge of the glow, a figure emerging through the fog, its features shrouded in shadow, almost blending into the darkness surrounding it. "Why do you resist?" A voice slithered through the air, smooth and malevolent. My heart raced as I squinted to see better. It was a darker version of Mr. Halstrong, his eyes glinting ominously, pulsating with the shadows that surrounded him. "You think your light can save them? They belong to me." "No!" I shouted, panic slicing through me. I felt a wave of fear wash over as he advanced, dark energy crawling around him like smoke. I glanced at Emma, whose eyes mirrored my dread. "Lily, we can't let him," she urged, her hand squeezing mine tighter. But I felt the weight of his presence pressing down, shadows swirling around my heart like chains. "You have no power here. They are forever trapped," he taunted, his voice dripping with malevolence. "No, that's not true." Determination surged again. I turned back to the light, focusing with everything inside me. But the chilling realization swung around my heart like a pendulum. His influence was creeping into my thoughts, tainting that beautiful light. "Remember the darkness we've faced, the pain it brings," he hissed, his shadow creeping closer, consuming the edges of the radiant glow. "Embrace it, give up the fight?" "No!" I screamed, pushing against the darkness. But his words clawed at me, whispering every doubt I had ever felt. "You're just a child playing with fire. You will never win." But as those words echoed within me, I clung tighter to the light, the memories of joy and laughter overriding the whispers of despair. Emma's voice cut through the noise, rising fiercely beside me. "Lily, focus. We fight together." We needed to bind our energies tighter, to intertwine our hearts against his malevolence. Feeling the warmth of Emma beside me, I channeled my fear into steam, igniting my spirit, determined to push through. "Together," I yelled, knowing we would not falter. The shadows thrashed wildly at our resolve, but I could feel light bouncing off the cold darkness that threatened to envelop us. I poured my heart into that warmth, and with one last surge, I released it all, flooding the clearing with a brilliant, searing light that pushed against the dark like a fierce wind. The mass of shadows pulsed and trembled, and for a heartbeat, I thought I saw it falter. "No!" Halstrom roared, his figure twisting as he was forced back, the darkness shrieking and scattering. The faces of the lost souls brightened, lifting towards our illumination, their forms reaching out. "Help us!" they cried, the chorus rising above the chaos, pouring from the depth of the darkness. "Hold on, we're coming!" I yelled, feeling the energy of hope surge through us again, pushing boldly into the darkness as I focused on the light sprawling out toward the lost souls. Suddenly, the shadows shrieked louder, desperate and furious as they pulled back, clawing against the bond we'd forged. But I held fast, gripping Emma's hand tightly, countering their despair with our newfound lights. Together, we shouted in unison, our voices echoing against the encroaching void. Wrapping ourselves in a cocoon of glowing energy, we surged forward, flooding the darkness. I could feel others join us, the warmth growing stronger as we fought against the shadows invading our hearts and minds. But just as I thought we were making headway, a pulse of darker energy erupted, striking against us like a tidal wave crashing on the shore. threatening to sweep away every ounce of light we had conjured. "Fight it!" Emma's voice pierced through the chaos, but dread gripped my heart. I could feel myself slipping, shadows creeping back into the edges of my vision. I turned, taking in the darkness encircling us, inching ever closer, lurking like a predator waiting for its moment to pounce. It whispered as it advanced, seeping into my bones and wrapping around my heart. "Do you see? You will always belong to the shadows." My heart raced wildly. I felt myself teetering on the precipice of despair. The vision of darkness threatened to swallow me whole. But I remembered those faces, the lost souls yearning for light. They were counting on us. "No!" I shouted defiantly, pushing against the shadows, forcing myself to stand tall again. Glimmers of light shot forth, igniting hope beneath that crushing darkness as I charged once more, determined to shine brighter. Fear clawed at my insides, but I could hear the souls rising up, uniting in the tumultuous storm as my own courage grew with every heartbeat. Together, we plunged ahead, one last attack against the encroaching void. Not today. We choose the light. And all at once, the shadows began to push back, their forms trembling. In a blinding surge, I felt them falter, their grip slipping as our light pierced through the thick veil of despair. But deeper and darker shadows were swelling behind, swirling ominously. A new presence was looming, a monstrous figure that emanated dread. "Foolish children," it roared, merging with Halstrom, hatred boiling in the air. "You think you can save them? They are mine, and yours will join them soon." And with that final taunt, the darkness collapsed. The clearing was engulfed, shadows dashing toward us like a hammer crashing down, an echo of despair reverberating in the air. I stood frozen, my resolve wavering. But then, a flicker of hope ignited within me, memories flashing before my eyes. The warmth of a hug, laughter shared with friends, all reminding me of why we fought. I drew breath, preparing to fight one last time, knowing we could not let the darkness spread any further. I gathered every ounce of light, focused it through my veins, and propelled it forward. "Stand with me, Emma," I cried, knowing that even if we faced the inevitable, out of love we would keep fighting. Together, we summoned every ounce of strength, every flicker of hope we had left. I could feel the shadows swirling, their ominous presence creeping ever closer, but the warmth of our light brightened in response, a defiant force standing against the encroaching darkness. Suddenly, the air thickened, vibrating with a menacing energy as we pushed the light outward. It pulsed and expanded, filling the clearing, but not without consequence. Shadows reacted violently, boiling and twisting, flashes of anger coursing through the air as if the very atmosphere screamed in rage. As I concentrated, the glow created a shield around us, but the figures in the darkness grew more solid, morphing into grotesque shapes that flickered just beyond the boundary. I caught fleeting glimpses of monstrous eyes, piercing, watching, waiting, their faces twisted into expressions of pure malice, grinning with the knowledge that our strength could waver. "Lily, look!" Emma's voice trembled as she pointed to the edge of the light. A formless creature slithered forward from the shadows, its movements erratic and unnatural, almost as though it were made of broken glass, fractured and sharp. It glided toward us, and I could see fragments of faces within it, screaming silently, filled with despair. I recoiled, the image sending a wave of nausea crashing over me. Those poor souls, they're trapped. My heart ached for them, but the darkness was feeding off our fear, and I knew I had to push it aside. "Stay strong," Emma urged, squeezing my hand tightly. "We can save them. We have to believe." Her words rallied me, but just then, the creature lunged, reaching for us with shadowy tendrils that writhed like snakes hungry for flesh. It closed the distance with terrifying speed, and I felt the cold brush of its presence wrap around my legs, trying to pull me down into the dark abyss. "No, not now!" I shouted, my voice filled with desperation as I drew on the light inside me once more, willing it to surge like a river, channeling everything into one last burst of power. The energy exploded forth, illuminating our surroundings in a blinding radiance, momentarily driving back the shadows. The creature's form twisted violently, its shrieks echoing in the air, but I could feel its determination burning bright. Shadows pulled back, but only to regroup, coiling tighter around the edges of the light. Through the chaos, I noticed something moving among the lost souls, their faces flickering brighter, not as defeated as I initially thought. Gritting my teeth, I gestured toward them. "Emma, look, they're fighting too." The souls began to ripple like waves in the ocean, their desperation morphing into a collective push toward the light. I felt their energy blend with ours, and in that moment, a new wave of warmth enveloped me. But the creature roared, a sound so deep and sinister it made my skin crawl. "You think you can save them? They belong to the darkness, and you will join them." A deep chill washed over me, creeping down my spine as certainty threatened to slip away. The air thickened with a suffocating dread that made me want to scream, but I couldn't give in. I couldn't back down. With every ounce of faith, I lifted my hands, channeling my energy into a blazing orb of light, sending it spiraling toward the darkness. The moment it collided with the creature, I felt a surge of power rush through me, and the shadows howled in pain, writhing against the force of our combined light. Yet a dark storm brewed behind me, and I turned to see shadows swirling into an ominous mass, coalescing into a larger figure, bigger, darker, almost formless, but radiating malicious intent. A chill gripped my heart as the shadows around it dissolved into a thick mist that pressed against our light, surrounding us like a fog. "Your precious souls cannot save you," it rasped, its voice like gravel scraping against metal. "They will only lead you to despair." I felt my throat tighten, murmuring thoughts of doubt creeping back in. Was it true? Were we fighting a losing battle? Shadows danced around me, licking at the edges of my resolve, taunting me with the pain of my own memories, the fears I had nearly forgotten, and the ghosts of those I had lost. But even amid that creeping dread, a spark ignited within me. If I could face this darkness, then I could help them. I thought of the souls, lost yet determined, weaving together their hope through the chaos. "Fight!" I shouted, pouring my energy into the light again, focusing on the loving memories that dance within me. And with a roar, we charged forward, the radiant light blasting through the encroaching shadows, illuminating the darkness in a way that made it long for escape. The air vibrated with power, our light pushing against the powerful figure, driving it back. I could feel the energy shift, the shadows thrumming against the brilliance as they shrieked in pain, an anguished cacophony that sent chills down my spine. Emma's voice echoed beside me, inducing surge after surge. "We can't give up now. Don't let them take you." With that, I summoned everything left inside me, every ounce of will, every shred of hope, and unleashed it. Light erupted, enveloping me, and I felt the shadows react, thrashing and clawing, desperate to extinguish that flame. The sinister figure bellowed in rage, its form flickering like a candle in the wind. With every pulse of light, it seemed to dissolve and reform, shifting like an illusion, its malevolence growing by the second. "What are you?" I shouted, my voice strained, defiance echoing against the darkness. An unsettling laughter rippled through the air, resonating in the pit of my stomach. "I am your deepest fear, the threads of despair woven through every soul. You cannot win. You are just delaying the inevitable." Then it lunged, shadows cascading toward me like a river of dark poison. I held my breath as the clawing shadows engulfed my vision. A suffocating pressure pressed down on my chest, as if the very essence of despair was trying to crush me from within. But through the panic, I understood. I knew fear would only weaken me and feed the darkness further. I had to confront it. "Your fear has no power here," I yelled into the maw of shadow, forcing every ounce of defiance into my words. "You will not take me. You will not take them." Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from my core, bursting forth with such intensity that the shadows began to draw back, howling in protest. I could feel the anger vibrating through my bones, the force of our hopeful energy igniting with purpose. In that terrifying moment, I saw visions of every person lost to the cold grasp of despair, reaching for the light in collective desperation. They were not mere shadows. They were fragments of a greater story, threads of love and hope woven through the tapestry of life. Together, I shouted, rallying my strength, knowing that I was never alone in this fight. And with that clarity, I drove the light forward, feeling the power of every soul unleashing behind me, pushing against the oppressive weight of darkness, forcing it back until its shadows crumbled like ash. The figure writhed, its once imposing form weakening, its screams echoing as if feathers were being stripped from its essence. "No, you will never be free," it bellowed, its voice warping in agony as the light surged fiercely onward. In the moment I thought we had a chance, darkness erupted again from the edges, coiling like a serpent around our limbs, tightening its grip, crushing the light until I could barely breathe. "Lily, don't let them win," Emma cried, desperation igniting in her voice. But the weight of despair bore down heavily, and the shadows twisted tighter, creating a cloud of confusion that threatened to drown my resolve. I felt myself teetering again, the edge of hope slipping away. "Fight with me," I called to Emma, willing the words to reach her through the encroaching fog. "Always," she shouted back, her faith burning brightly in the darkness, and I knew I had to pull the threads of courage back together, knitting them with my very essence. Drawing deep from within, I focused on her light, mixing it with my own, letting it intertwine and expand, forming a barrier against the shadows that held us captive. The energy pulsed around me, a protective cocoon wrapping us against the creeping malaise. "Release!" I screamed, pushing forward, the command echoing in the now thick air. The shadows were relentless, but something shifted in the space we occupied. As our combined strength surged, I felt the forms of lost souls pressing closer. They were embracing the luminescence, feeding their memories into me as they stepped through the veil, separating light from darkness. "Help us! We remember love," they shouted, their voices a haunting harmony that fueled my heart, illuminating the darkness with every ounce of their collective hope. And as they surged forward, the darkness began to tremble, its grip breaking apart like fragile glass, shattering under immense pressure. But just as I felt the tide shifting, a shadow swept through the light, coiling around my legs like creeping vines, pulling me down. It grated against my skin, sharp and icy, trying to drag me backward into its cold embrace, away from the warmth of the souls striving toward the light. Panic surged as the darkness enveloped me. "No!" I gasped, but the shadow clung tighter, like a vice slowly squeezing the breath from my lungs. I felt the flicker of hope dimming, a cold clawing at my spirit. "Don't let go!" Emma shrieked, her voice slicing through the fog of despair, which made my spirit fight even more fiercely against the dark. "Can't breathe," I managed to whisper as despair clawed at my throat, choking my voice. But just as I began to lose my grip, I remembered the warmth of love encircling us. Every friendship, every smile, every moment shared. I wouldn't allow the darkness to consume that warmth. "Fight!" I bellowed, rallying against the shadows as I drew on every memory until the light from my heart flared, illuminating the darkness before me like a supernova bursting across the night sky. The shadow shrieked, contorting in agony as the light surged, expanding and breaking through the fog, illuminating the void around me, revealing students trapped in the depths of despair. With alarming speed, trembling forms leapt into the light, flickering with memories. Desperate faces blinked at me, eyes wide with fear and pleading for salvation. "Help us," they begged, filling the air with the echo of stolen lives and broken dreams that resonated deep within me. "No more!" I shouted, thrusting forward again, igniting an explosion of light that shattered the darkness, tightening around my heart. The shadows writhed and twisted in protest, but our collective strength pushed through, flooding the clearing in radiant energy. I felt every soul joining us in our rally, their love igniting flames that chipped away at the cracks of despair, forcing the darkness to bleed away. And just as we thought we had a chance, the larger figure suddenly surged, its tendrils exploding outward like a tempest, sending cold waves through the air. So much fear, so much rage. "Foolish children," it howled, a twisted face distorting in the shadows. "You don't know what you're fighting. You will succumb to the darkness." As it screeched its warning, tendrils shot forth, wrapping around me, suffocating me in a viscous grip. But I wouldn't give in. I couldn't. "Remember the love, Lily," Emma shouted, and the warmth of her voice bolstered me like a protective shield. I closed my eyes for a moment, biting back the fear. Those words echoed within me, and I focused deep down inside where the light throned. I felt it rising, building in intensity until it ignited my entire being. "Enough!" I shouted, summoning the brightest memories, the sheer joy of laughter and acceptance, the warmth of arms around me in comfort. And as I let those light-filled memories surge forth, I felt a power explode through me, cascading outward like a shockwave, illuminating the darkness that threatened to consume us. The shadows shrieked and recoiled, overwhelming fear shimmering through their forms. I could sense their confusion and anger, but I didn't stop. I charged through the shadows, pushing with everything I had left as the light surged higher, even as insecurity and doubt whipped around me. "We will not be erased," I shouted into the chaos, feeling every ounce of the lost souls joining my resolve. Their voices harmonized with mine. Echoing through the darkened void, their voices harmonized with mine. Echoing through the darkened void, creating a resonant wave that shook the very foundations of the shadows. I could feel the dark figure's rage heightening, its tendrils swirling violently around us like a storm of black smoke. "You are nothing," it roared, the sound echoing like thunder, striking fear deep into my bones. "You think your words will protect you? I will turn them to ash." The shadows tightened, attempting to smother the luminous energy we were creating, inching closer, blotting out any glimmer of hope. The coldness seeped into my skin, crawling under my nails, freezing my thoughts, threatening to crush my spirit. But in that moment, I caught a glimpse of something among the writhing shadows. Faces twisting in torment, lost souls bound to an existence of despair. Their cries echoed painfully in my mind, a haunting reminder of what was at stake. "Help us," they wailed, their voices dissonant against the backdrop of chaos. Each plea pierced through my heart like shards of glass, amplifying my desperation to save them. I couldn't allow them to remain trapped in this nightmare. Gritting my teeth, I pressed forward, channeling every ounce of light that surged within me, feeling the warmth spread through my fingertips, pulsing with new energy as I embraced the memories of every soul who had ever reached out in kindness. "Together," I bellowed, the words erupting from my lips, shaking the air. "We are stronger than you." As I spoke, the light expanded once more, cascading into the darkness like a flood, illuminating the crimson eyes staring back from the murky depths. They were filled with pure malice, swirling with resentment. Yet between them, I glimpsed flickers of something else, fear. The realization sparked a flame deep inside me, igniting my courage, and I used it to lash out against the shadowy beast. "You feed on our fear, but I will not give you that power." I felt the words reverberate like a battle cry, strengthening the bond between me and the lost souls fighting in the murk. The figure recoiled, its form fracturing as the tendrils shrieked in anguish. "You are foolish," it spat, and in that moment, it lashed out with a ferocity that made my heart race. A wave of darkness surged forward, forcing a shudder through the ground beneath us. The shadows lashed out, grazing my skin like icy fingers, infesting my mind with chilling thoughts that clawed at my sanity. Images of my greatest fears surged forth, the faces of loved ones slipping away, the crushing Lonely. Nests of despair closing in around me, the cruel laughter of those who never believed I could win. "Stay strong, Lily," Emma screamed beside me, snapping me back to reality. Her voice cut through the sinister echo, urging me to push back against the encroaching despair. I took a deep breath, steadied my thoughts, and called upon that unyielding light once more, focusing on the warmth of our bond. As I felt Emma close beside me, the connection reignited, suffusing me with the power of our friendship. But the shadow reviled my focus and pounced again, a scream echoing in my ear, punctuated by a gut-wrenching sensation of being pulled into the cold darkness. I felt myself being torn between two worlds, the light and the relentless void aiming to consume every fragment of hope I had left. "What are you?" I yelled, my voice wavering as I searched for any sign of weakness in the menacing figure before me. "Your end," it howled, the wind whipping around us, swirling with dirt and debris that cut across my skin. "You will become one with the void," another whisper of despair. The shadows thickened, swirling like a tempest, trying to drown out every ounce of light I still held. I could taste the bitterness of fear on my tongue, the metallic tang of hopelessness flooding my senses as the darkness grew denser. "Not like this," I gasped, realizing we were losing ground, our light wavering against the overwhelming darkness. "We have to push back. Fight with me." As I reached toward Emma, our hands intertwined, I could feel the tremors of our shared strength, pulses of warmth cascading between us, entwined with the wishes of the souls surrounding us. I closed my eyes, centering myself on that warmth, channeling it into a beacon of light that ignited my very soul. "We are not alone," I cried, summoning all the love I had ever known, pushing it into a singular point of brilliant energy. The darkness rippled, recoiling slightly, like a scared animal, but the figure continued to advance, its claws stretching out toward me, each rasping sound echoing like the scratching of nails against wood, sending an uncomfortable shiver through my spine. "Everything you love will be taken from you," it bellowed, and I felt the air around us shift, a palpable weight pressing in as shadows clawed at the edges of my resolve. "You will all be consumed." At that moment, I remembered the faces of everyone I cherished, their support embodied in the light that fused our souls. No matter how deep the darkness pushed into my heart, I remembered that love could not be extinguished. "You underestimate us," I shouted, harnessing that love into a focused stream, crafting my defiance into pure energy that unleashed around us, pushing back against the dark storm. As the light surged forward, I felt the shadows recoil, shrieking in pain as the darkness began to fracture, revealing glimpses of the lost souls, their faces alight with hope. They began to rise around me, forming a barrier against the oppressive shadow. But in that instant of triumph, the shadow figure screamed, thrashing about as fury twisted its form. It lashed out one last time, sending a wave of darkness crashing against me, tendrils of cold wrapping around my limbs like snakes tightening their grip. I gasped, struggling to maintain my hold on the light, feeling the icy grip threatening to pull me under. "Fight it, Lily. We can do this." Emma's words pushed through the chaos, a lifeline anchoring me back to the world of light. With a surge of determination, I pulled on the shared energy, willing it to explode outward. "We will not surrender," I screamed, the sound tearing from my mouth with everything I could muster. The shadows howled as the bond between our hearts fused into one brilliant beam of light, ripping through the dark figure with merciless force that sent it spiraling back. I could feel the shift as the darkness began to break apart, fragments of sorrow and despair fracturing under the brilliance of our light. The anguished screams of lost souls wove into a tapestry of defiance, igniting the air with their combined strength. And then it happened. That sinister figure, the embodiment of despair, began to unravel, shadow melting and distorting, scattering into the abyss in a violent storm of dark smoke and shrieks. But even as the dark figure disintegrated, a chilling silence replaced the cacophony. The remaining shadows began to gather again, swirling ominously as if waiting for their moment to strike back, coiling like a predator ready to pounce. "This isn't over," I whispered, dread creeping into my heart. Even with the figure collapsing, I could sense an even greater darkness lurking just beyond the edge of light, a nefarious force waiting to envelop what hope we had managed to conjure. I felt a pull, a coldness creeping into my bones, infiltrating my very thoughts. I sensed my resolve wavering as the shadows whispered softly, enticing me with promises of escape from suffering. "Your light cannot protect you forever," they hissed, rushing through the space around us like a low, sinister wind, taunting every shred of denial I clung to. "What is real, Lily?" they crooned, the chorus encircling me, drowning my thoughts in waves of uncertainty. "You cannot escape your fears. You can't hide from what you truly are." With every word, I felt the facade of confidence cracking. I wanted to scream, to shake the darkness off, but it swelled, lapping at my heart with icy fingers, shrouding my most precious memories in a fog that threatened to smother me whole. But then, in the depths of that suffocating despair, I felt Emma's hand tightening, her presence grounding me like roots anchoring a tree. "Don't listen," she shouted, her voice breaking through the veil of confusion. "Stay with me." I blinked hard, drawing in a shuddering breath as I fought against the rising tide of despair. The shadows curled closer, crawled against my skin, whispering venomous truths, but I held on to Emma's strength, willing myself to remember the flickering lights of hope surrounding us. "Together," I repeated, the words echoing in my mind like a mantra. With a sudden burst of clarity, I willed myself back to the light, concentrated on those who still fought, the friends, the souls lost to darkness, each a piece of my determination. I could channel that energy into a focal point, a beacon that illuminated the path forward against the encroaching shadows. "Light!" I commanded as I raised my hands high, summoning every scrap of courage hidden deep within my being. "Illuminate the darkness." An explosion of warmth enveloped me, bursting outward like rays of a new dawn. And for a moment, the shadows retreated, swirling away from the brilliance, as if daunted by our collective spirit. But I could still feel their presence lurking just beyond the edge, the deeper dread resonant within the shadows. The struggle was not over, and even in our victory, I knew we were on borrowed time. Then, from the depths, I heard a growl, a low, rumbling sound that resonated in my bones, shaking the ground itself. It grew louder and closer, a terrible promise shrouded in malice. "Foolish children," it bellowed, the shadows swirling around us with renewed fervor. "You think you can escape your fates? I will reclaim you." My heart raced, with fear coating my insides like ice. I could see the shadows coiling closer, forming a mass that towered higher and higher until it became an almost humanoid shape, a terrible monstrosity composed of pure darkness. "No," I thought, gripping Emma's hand tighter. The battle was far from won, but the erring lights of those fighting alongside us shone bright within the murky depths, and I had to hold on to that truth. "Keep fighting," I yelled, summoning the warmth again, startling the shadows with hordes of light stronger than before, hoping it would buy us time. "Your light will fail." The figure lunged, its own darkness bursting forth like a tidal wave, threatening to wash us away. I could feel the pressure building, a push and pull of hope against despair that sent everything I held dear crashing in an agonizing clash. That cold, grasping shadow surged closer, wrapping around my thoughts and heart, amplifying the doubts I had been trying to fight. But I thought of all the souls entwined in our light. I thought of Emma beside me, her unwavering support wrapped around me like a lifeline. "Stay with me," I screamed once more, my heart hammering as I flung my arms wide, unleashing a torrent of brightness bursting forth like a sun filled with love and courage. The darkness writhed, thrashing in pain, but it did not retreat. Instead, it roared louder, echoing with anger and hatred. You think your light can conquer the shadows? I shook my head fiercely, despair threatening to swallow me whole again, but I refused to yield. The voices of my friends and those lost souls screamed in reply, melding together, filling every crevice of darkness with a powerful force resisting that sinister tide. We are more than this, I shouted defiantly, recalling the warmth of every cherished memory, each precious moment adding strength to my resolve. And suddenly, in that flash of brightness bursting from within, I felt something shift deep within the void. A momentary flicker of recognition, like a door cracking open amid the suffocating pressure. Press forward, I bellowed through the clamor, and our combined light surged ahead, blazing forth as fear paled in the wake of unwavering hope. The mass of shadows struggled, but our determination clawed back relentlessly, illuminating even the darkest corners. But just as I thought we were breaking through, tendrils shot out from the looming figure, wrapping around both Emma and me, gripping with bone-chilling cold that weakened our resolve, drawing us toward the waiting abyss. Your bonds are meaningless, it hissed, the mocking laughter shaking every fiber of my being. I will tear you apart until nothing remains. The shadows encroached all around us. Panic bubbled up inside as the darkness threatened to swallow us whole. I could barely think, each breath growing harder to manage as despair wrapped around my throat. But through the rising tide of fear, a flicker of defiance sparked in my heart. I couldn't let it win. Not like this. Not when everything I cared for was on the line. The cold tendrils tightened around me, digging in as dread pooled in my stomach. The shadows were closing in, filling my lungs with despair, making it hard to breathe. Each heartbeat thudded in my ears, like the muffled whispers of my deepest fears echoing back. I felt my thoughts slipping, the cold creeping closer, threatening to draw me into the void unless I fought back. Then I focused on Emma. Her face was pale, but her eyes were fierce, full of a strength that reminded me we were in this together. Don't let go, she urged, her voice steady despite the chaos surrounding us. Remember why we're fighting. Taking a deep breath, I let that reminder echo through my mind. Images flooded me, connections with friends, laughter shared, a community that believed in the light. I felt their warmth wrapping around me again, each memory a thread in a tapestry of hope woven through the darkness. Together, I shouted, pouring every ounce of love I held into that word, feeling it burst forth from my heart like rays splitting through a stormy sky. Light flooded from my fingertips, pushing against the shadows, illuminating the space around us. But the shadows retaliated violently, churning in whipped fury, forcing darkness back into the light. You think mere memories can save you? It screeched, its voice twisted into a cacophony that rattled through the air, amplifying the silence that had settled before. They are nothing. I will consume every last memory, every last hope. In that moment, the shadows coiled like a serpent ready to strike. I felt their icy breath against my skin, the chill burrowing deep into my bones. A rush of terror surged through me. My heart raced as I fought to retain my grip on sanity, a glimmer of gold amidst the consuming gloom. Suddenly, the ground shook beneath me, like the very earth itself was convulsing in the face of the creeping darkness, erupting as cracks began to splinter through the ground. The shadows swelled, rising to fill those cracks, licking at the edges of the light, as if tasting the flickering warmth we fought so desperately to protect. We're losing ground, I yelled, my voice strained as the weight of despair threatened to pull me under. I pushed harder against the darkness, but it pressed back, inching its way toward my heart, each moment feeling like a battle to remember the light. With each push of darkness invading, I felt my memories slipping further away. I could see faces of friends twist and fade in the distance, laughter turning to silence, warmth turning to ice. Each second was agonizing, every heartbeat echoing like a countdown to obliteration within the growing void. "No!" I gasped, squeezing Emma's hand tighter, calling out to the flickering lights around us. "We can't let it take us. We won't disappear into nothingness." Drawing on the energy from everyone surrounding me, I let that sentiment fill the air, an unshakable bond pushing through the suffocation. The lights of the lost souls began to shimmer around us, igniting an ethereal glow that pulsed between the darkness and the cold depths surrounding us. But the figure laughed again, darkness swirling ominously as folds of shadow rippled through the air, disorienting me as I tried to focus on our path. Searing pain shot through my veins as the tendrils bit into my skin, each lash sending a painful jolt that twisted my thoughts. "Look at what you are!" it hissed, malice shimmering on its breath like fog curling in the night. "You are merely vessel of your fears. Don't you see? You think you can fight me, but you are already mine." Pictures of failure burnt into my mind. Visions of friends lost to despair echoing in formation like a dark choir, their faces hauntingly twisted with regret. I shrank back as the shadows crawled closer, the cold dark clenching tighter, whispering secrets I didn't want to hear, each one a betrayal of hope, an echo of surrender. "Shut up!" I screamed, my voice breaking as I fought to drown out the suffocating thoughts. "You don't control me. You can't take what I love." A blinding light erupted from my center, bouncing off the walls of darkness that threatened to close in like a tomb. It was a desperate flare, but it began to push against the blackened tendrils, creating small gaps, allowing the light to seep in. I could feel a swell of courage beneath the surface, tantalizing and terrifying in its strength, a collective energy growing stronger. Yet even as the tendrils recoiled, new shadows rose to take their place, sharper and colder, swirling like a storm. "This is futile," they howled, taunting me as terrified whispers echoed from within them. "You cannot escape your truth. This is your end, the end of all your dreams." The ground trembled again, and I stumbled, feeling dizzy as the shadows twisted around us. I fumbled, nearly losing my footing, the light flickering precariously as I fought to regain my composure. Then, flashes of darkness erupted around us like a storm, revealing nightmarish visions. The faces of losses, friends who had given up, dreams that faded like smoke, laughter that turned to screams, swirled around me, gripping at my throat, suffocating every glimmer of hope that remained. "Look upon the darkness," it hissed, as the shadows began to take shape, forming grotesque figures. They twisted in agonizing forms, arms stretched out, hollow eyes boring into my soul, whispering twisted truths. "Do you see them, the faces of failure? They will haunt you forever." It was overwhelming, plunging me deeper into despair, shadows laughing in delight as they sank deeper into my perception, crawling with icy fingers, searching for the cracks in my spirit. I could feel each breath become a silent battle, a struggle to exhale their influence, the weight of dread pulling me down as a shroud of cold settled over my heart. Echoes of those cries grew louder, cold, rasping shadows that wrapped around me, pulling at my resolve like a vicious tide. "No," I murmured, refusing to surrender. I clenched my fists, grounding myself once more. This darkness could not be allowed to consume me. I forced my eyes open, focusing on Emma. With a surge of determination, I shouted, "We fight together. Our bonds will shield us." As I spoke those words, the light burst forth again, illuminating the darkness and pushing the shadows back momentarily. But it wasn't enough. The shape of the shadow lunged, dark claws reaching for our light. "You're pathetic," it howled, visions of failure grasping eagerly at my heart, pulling and gnashing, eager to drag me into the depths of hopelessness once more. "Stay strong," Emma shouted, voice steady against the onslaught, her resolve holding strong as the power of our light broke through the encroaching dark. Drawing on the energy that thrummed between us, I channeled that courage again, pouring it into the warm glow that enveloped us. "We will not vanish. I declared, the words igniting a fire within the cold. But even as our collective spirits surged, I sensed something darker lurking just beneath, shadows staring hungrily from the edge, like wolves waiting for an unsuspecting prey to falter. "We will rise again," the figure declared, its voice mixing with the deep echoes of howling despair, threatening to drown out the light we forged. "You have already lost. You do not know the true meaning of darkness." And as I pushed back against the weight, I felt the icy tendrils trying to claw into my mind, the cold truth gnawing at my spirit, promising that once hope faded, despair would take its place. "Remember the love," Emma begged, her voice a thread uniting me back to the fight, allowing me to retain clarity amid the chaos. I focused, clinging even tighter to that connection. But lurking among the shadows, I sensed an even deeper presence, darker than anything I'd encountered. It pulsed on the edge of my awareness, waiting for just the right moment to strike. And in that moment of realization, I screamed as a wave of darkness poured over us, consuming light and hope, testing the very limits of our bond. Panic surged within me, and I could feel my breath quickening, shadows swirling closer, determined to smother my defiance. "Battle for everything, Lily," I urged myself. "Fight for the ones you love." Gathering strength, I summoned every loving memory, every bright emotion cherished, feeling their warmth radiate against the cold. "Our hearts are stronger than your grasp." The shadows twisted in response, forming grotesque shapes that mirrored our fears, faces screeching with hollow mouths, taunting me with agony. "You think you can win? You will break." "No," I replied, voice steady despite the dread, summoning that shield of warmth. "You're wrong, and you will not take me." In that moment, the shadows surged back, stretching infinitely, inching closer to envelop us all. But I stood firm, refusing to bend to the malevolence closing in, drawing strength from every flickering light fighting alongside me. I had to believe. The warmth of our bond pulsed stronger, an unwavering light that began to seep through the cracks in the looming darkness, igniting a force strong enough to push the shadows back that I couldn't allow to break me. And just as I felt hope wash over me, the presence that lingered just outside our reach lunged forth, snatching at my confidence, icy cold whispering through my mind like the breath of death. "Your fight is futile," it murmured, each word laden with malice. "You cannot outrun your fate." At that moment, I felt it, an inner chaos swirling as the shadows clawed at my very essence. It made my skin crawl, a dread that cocooned my heart and pulled at my sanity as I stood on the precipice of hopelessness. But in the midst of that chilling fear, a sudden spark erupted within me, fueled by the love and friendship surrounding me. With all my power, I threw an arm forward, letting that light burst forth once more, determined to push back the rising darkness as it shied away from the brightness, shrieking as it recoiled. "This is our fight," I screamed, drawing on the strength of every soul that stood beside me. And just as the shadows began to crumble at the edges, the darkness howled, contorting, twisting into a vortex that howled out with despair, a rage amplifying its power. And within that storm, I sensed something dark and ancient prowling, waiting patiently, the deepest corner of the abyss that had yet to rise. Each pang of fear collided within me. The cold reality of terror pressed against my back as it unfurled like a cloak, the laugh of victory mingling with shattered whispers of failure. Then I looked up, eyes wide as I felt the darkness closing in. It was relentless, the deeper shadows lurking just outside, seeking the opportunity to consume everything I fought for. "We can't let it win," I shouted, trembling faintly, reminding myself of the power pulsing through my veins, alive with every shared experience, larger than the encompassing darkness. With desperation fueling my resolve, I cried out again. "Together, we break the shadows." And in that moment, light burst forth a brilliant flash, illuminating the shadows, dispelling the darkness that threatened to grip at my heart and take my thoughts captive. But among the flickers of light, I could still feel the cold presence drawing closer, inches away from consuming us, each whisper sending waves of dread crashing against my spirit. And I knew then, even as the light broke through, the greatest battle had yet to come. The air thickened with tension, a heavy blanket that smothered hope beneath a veil of shadow. As the brilliance flickered around me, I could sense something shifting deep within the darkness. The shadows undulated, taking on a life of their own, a writhing mass of fear and chaos that threatened to engulf me whole. With every passing second, I felt the oppressive weight grow heavier, the whispers more insistent, urging me to submit to the depths of despair. I could barely think as a chilling realization washed over me. The shadows were not just a force. They were alive, pulsing with a hunger that clawed at the edges of my mind, hungry for my very essence. "Stand firm," Emma's voice sliced through the din, grounding me for just a moment. Her presence was a beacon, our light intertwined, but it flickered precariously, swaying like a candle in the wind. Suddenly, a horrible laughter echoed from the shadows, dark and mocking, resonating within the hollow chambers of my heart. "You think your light can save you?" It taunted, and I could feel the coldness creeping closer, as if the darkness were taking form, worming its way into the fabric of our existence. Ignoring the panic rising within me, I focused on the warmth of Emma's hand. My fingers clasped around her palm like a lifeline as the shadows began to take on grotesque shapes, twisting into familiar faces. They loomed over us, their features shifting from those of friends to disfigured forms, mouths opening to reveal rows of jagged teeth, snarling with a malicious hunger. "Join us," they whispered, an echo of voices I once loved. "Surrender to the darkness. You will feel no pain, only oblivion." My heart raced, its rhythmic thumping drowning out the laughter, but waves of doubt crashed over me, pulling me down into a maelstrom of chaos. "No!" I shouted, thrusting my arms forward, determined to push back the fear they offered. But the shadows twisted closer, each inch feeding off my hesitation. The cold essence slithered around my ankles, drawing me down, trying to pry open old wounds, to expose regrets, failures, everything that haunted me when I shut my eyes. "They've all abandoned you," a voice hissed, slithering into my ears and wrapping around my thoughts like a snake. "You're alone. You know it deep down." "No!" I cried, shaking my head fiercely, refusing to let the darkness seep into my heart. I focused on the light still flickering around us, the memories that fueled our resistance. Even as despair coiled tighter around my throat, I could hear Emma's frantic encouragement slicing through the fog. "Fight it. We're not alone, remember?" Her voice pierced through my disorientation, igniting the spark of courage that still lingered. And in that moment, I remembered I wasn't just fighting for myself. I was fighting for every soul I loved, every connection that mattered. The shadows howled, rage rippling through them as they intensified the assault, growing more twisted. They merged into a singularity of darkness that lunged forward, hungry, cold, and relentless. "You are nothing without us," it shrieked, flinging my deepest fears mercilessly, conjuring images that sent chills down my spine. Faces of loved ones appeared, twisted in despair. I heard their cries, their pleas for help, but they echoed like phantoms in a haunted house, taunts of what I could never be. "See how they suffer," they jeered. "You did this to them. You are the reason." My heart thundered in my chest, the sound drowning out the shadows. But as those visions played before my eyes, I felt a semblance of my will slipping away. I was losing ground. The warm glow that had once enveloped us flickered, shadows clawing at its edges, searching for a way to smother the light completely. Gathering every ounce of strength, I took a shaky breath and shouted, "You don't own me. You have no power here." The light surged forward against the darkness, pushing back inch by inch as I poured my heart into the fight. But even as the shadows receded, a deeper anger thrummed beneath the surface. I sensed another presence lurking, a darker force watching, waiting for just the right moment to strike. I couldn't shake the feeling that something worse was yet to come. A more terrible darkness curled tight in the depths beyond our light. "Foolish girl," it bellowed, a voice that rippled through the air like ice. "Your bonds will not save you. They are the first to break." Chilled fear slithered down my spine, trapping me in place as the ground trembled again. Each tremor seemed to resonate from an ancient evil below, promising chaos, and I felt the shadows gathering strength, swirling like a tempest around me, drawing on my terror. Without warning, the shadows lunged, clawing at my mind, overwhelming me so that my voice caught in my throat. I felt myself being pulled back, deeper into an abyss, the laughter ringing hollow in my ears like a death knell. "You cannot escape," they cried, a chorus of monsters weaving their way into my thoughts. I was losing the battle, my thoughts swirling into a whirlpool of despair as panic surged anew. "Emma, I can't," I murmured, dread tightening like a vice around my heart as I felt everything I loved slipping from my grasp. "Don't let them win," she screamed, the brightness in her eyes pushing against the nocturnal tide. "Fight, we can break free." Her voice anchored me momentarily, but the overwhelming despair gnawed at my resolve like a hungry beast. My memories drifted, just out of reach. Games played, laughter filling the air, the warmth of connection. Everything turning shadowy and twisting, crawling with doubt. And just when I thought I could hold on, I felt the pull of their weight bearing down, the shadows thickening, wrapping around me like a shroud. "You are nothing," they howled, drowning me in darkness. "Embrace your fate. Become one with the void." But I fought back with every fiber of my being, pushing against the tide of despair that threatened to swallow me whole. "I'll never give in," I roared, forcing my will forward, focusing on the light we had built together. Yet even as I found renewed strength, dark tendrils slithered forth, sharper and more damaging than anything I had faced before. They descended like knives, aiming for the already frayed threads of my spirit, seeking to sever my connection to hope entirely. The shadows screeched in triumph as I staggered back, feeling an unbearable sadness creeping in, clawing at my heart, digging deep like roots invading my soul. "Face the truth," they cried, thousands of voices that echoed like a funeral dirge. "You are all alone. You deserve nothing but this despair." An overwhelming wave of loneliness crashed over me, every desperate thought rising like a tsunami, threatening to drown me. I could feel the monsters surrounding me, their hollow eyes watching my descent. And for a moment, I wavered, shaken to the core. Doubt pierced through the light as I faltered, the shadows circling closer, my mind screaming at me to give in. I could see my friends' faces fade into nothingness in my mind's eye, strained and tortured, drowning in regret. My own laughter fading into echoes of silence. "No, don't leave me," I whispered, tears gathering in my eyes. But then, through the fog, I heard Emma's voice cutting through the suffocating gloom, louder and more resolute. "Fight, Lily. Don't let them take you. We're in this together." That surge of energy rekindled something deep within me, igniting the flickering flame of determination. I pushed myself to my feet, shaking with effort as I declared, "We will overcome. Your darkness cannot consume me." The shadows recoiled momentarily, stunned by the force of my will. I felt the warmth return, an overwhelming force that surged from my center, filling the space with light, as warmth wrapped around us, binding us together like an unbreakable chain. But I knew the battle was far from over. The presence lurking in the dark had not yet shown its face, and I could feel the air thickening with dread. What awaited us in the cold depths was something I had yet to confront, a terror that thrummed beneath the surface, waiting to unfold. As the shadows surged forward again, I steeled myself, ready to confront whatever horror lay waiting just on the edge of our light. The fight had become a war, and I refused to back down now, determined to face the darkness head-on. "Together, we can face anything," I whispered, turning to Emma. And in that moment of shared determination, I felt a shift, the shadows swirling as they recoiled momentarily, and I could sense a crack forming. The darkness was not invincible. It could be defeated. I had to see us through this. The voice growled from the void, deeper and more menacing, cracking through the air like thunder. You think you are powerful? It roared, filling the space with a sound that seemed to shake the very foundations of our light. I will show you true darkness. A fresh wave of shadows surged, sharp and cold, piercing the warmth around me, wrapping around my limbs as I felt the familiar chill crawling beneath my skin once more. This was no ordinary shadow. This was primal, ancient, and it was desperate to consume everything in its path. Fingers of fear gripped my heart, but I refused to let this overpower me. I locked eyes with Emma, whose determination mirrored mine. With every ounce of strength I could muster, I shouted louder than I ever had before. Together, we will not be afraid. The shadows paused, almost intrigued by my defiance. They circled around us, darting in and out like snakes, savoring my fear. A dark void teetered on the edge, ready to consume our light entirely. But I gritted my teeth, drawing on the memories of everything I had ever loved. It wouldn't end here. Gather your strength, I screamed, feeling the energy pulsing from both Emma and the glowing souls surrounding us. We could amplify this moment together, turning fear into a weapon of light. Suddenly, the shadows rushed at us, a tidal wave of cold that swept the ground beneath my feet. Their howls pierced the air like blades, and I felt a sharp pang of terror grip my heart again. You cannot stop us. You will join us, they cried, their voices melding into one terrifying melody that resonated in my bones. But I pushed down the dread. Remember why I was fighting. We stand together, I shouted, feeling power building within, a force that was fierce alive. The shadows paused again, the dark night around us sparkling with a sudden brightness, the warmth of our light glowing even more fiercely than before. I focused on that light, letting it pulse through me, and I could feel Emma's power growing alongside mine. Together, we could become a force that the darkness could not conquer. We will rise, I yelled, thrusting my arms forward as though to grasp the light pouring out of us. The shadows surged forward, a roiling mass determined to extinguish our light, but we pushed back, reclaiming every inch they sought to consume. The darkness screamed in rage, twisting into a chaotic frenzy as if the world itself was unraveling around us. I felt the ground shake beneath our feet, dislodging the very fabric of reality. Not today, I screamed defiantly, channeling every flicker of hope into an incandescent shield that erupted like a storm. With a blinding flash, the light exploded outward, colliding with the darkness, a radiant wave that pierced the encroaching storm, breaking through their hold with immense force. And just as the shadows retreated against the blaze of our brilliance, I could feel something darker rearing up within the void, an ancient presence vying for dominance, a force more powerful than anything we had faced before. I could feel an icy caress brush against my cheek, raw and familiar, wrapping around my heart like a vice. Your journey ends here, it whispered, seductive and chilling. You believe in the light, but it holds no power over me. Feeling the weight of despair crashing back in, I fought to maintain my focus. The darkness hallucinatory, wrapping around me, attempting to weave fear into threads of shadows. But I pushed forward, pouring every shred of courage into the fight. Get away from me, I screamed, palms pressed forward, willing every ounce of love and determination behind my words. The darkness recoiled, but I could sense the ancient presence lurking just beyond at the edge, hidden, watching, plotting its next move. I had to confront it or risk losing everything I had fought to protect. I'm not afraid, I proclaimed, the words spilling forth from my lips with every bit of conviction I could muster. Then, the air thickened as shadows cringed back, but I could still sense that deeper darkness lurking. It pulsated with a malevolence unlike anything else I had encountered. A feeling crept over me like cold fingers running up my spine. I forced my eyes to search the void. I had to see it to confront what lay hidden within that chaos. And then I saw it, a monstrous shape, coiling and twisting, a mass of black mist that seemed to swallow the very light around it. It was mesmerizing in its horror, an entity that was far older than my worst fears. Its eyes glimmered like distant stars, void of warmth, yet sharp with an intelligence that sent a wave of panic crashing through me. "You cannot comprehend the darkness that I am," it whispered, voice like gravel grinding underfoot. "I am the end of all things. I will devour hope and leave nothing but ash." Chills coursed through me as its words wrapped around my throat, squeezing tighter, making it hard to breathe. I could feel the weight of despair pressing down, aching against my chest. My heart raced, thudding wildly as fear threatened to swallow me whole. "But I am not alone," I shouted, fury igniting within me as I clung to the very last remnants of hope. "You will not take my light." In that instant, I felt the warmth of Emma's presence surge beside me, a powerful force that illuminated the dark corners of my mind. "We can do this, Lily. Together." Her voice was like a lifeline, pulling me back from the brink of despair. I raised my arms, channeling that energy, hoping fiercely that the light we had kindled could hold back this ancient evil. The shadows seemed to freeze, the air taut with tension. Every breath I took feeling like it might be my last. Yet even as the storm swirled around us, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. The darkness writhed like a living thing, angry and pulsating, calling out to the depths inside me that were terrified. It began to pull at my insecurities, feeding on my apprehension, and suddenly I was drowning in my thoughts. Visions of my past rushed before my eyes, missteps and failures replaying in perfect clarity. Unforgiving moments that had caused me pain surfaced like sharks circling, ready to bite. Would I ever be enough? Would I ever truly be free? The shadows echoed my fears, weaving them into a tapestry of despair that threatened to shatter my resolve. It howled in delight, sensing my turmoil, its voice laced with the maddening echo of my doubts. "Feel it, Lily. Embrace your failure. Live in your regret. This is your truth." "No!" I screamed, my voice breaking the silence that hung thick in the air. I couldn't let it win. I had fought too hard to come this far. I clenched my fists and focused, digging deep for the flicker of courage that remained hidden within. "I will not back down," I cried louder, pushing against the weight of my fears, summoning the warmth of love and friendship that fueled my spirit. And as the darkness recoiled once more, I felt a surge of light erupt from my center, a beacon that pushed back the waves of shadows, even if just for a moment. Yet the ancient presence only swelled in response, clawing its way towards me with a sinister determination. "You think this pitiful light can stop me?" it growled, the shadows recycling my words, mocking me. "You think you can fight forever?" And with a guttural roar, it lunged forward, a horrific specter that twisted through the air, cold as death. I stumbled back, my heart pounding, caught between the fierce pull of hope and paralyzing fear. "No, I won't allow you to take me," I shouted, desperate to steel myself against the impending wave of darkness crashing around me. The world began to blur, and I felt myself teetering on the edge of the cliff between light and shadow. What would it take to finally vanquish this evil? Suddenly, the shadows expanded, swallowing everything in sight, and I was plunged into darkness, so profound it numbed my senses. A chilling silence enveloped me, and I felt that familiar claustrophobia creeping back, a grim stillness that sent every hair on my body standing on end. The darkness wrapped around me tightly, and I gasped as the coldness closed in, almost suffocating. I could hear faint whispers grazing my ears, scraping against my mind like nails on a chalkboard. They taunted me with every fear I had ever buried. Memories of loneliness, regret, and sorrow tumbled forward, clawing at my heart. I closed my eyes, willing myself to push through it, I am more than my fears. I shouted into the void. I am stronger than you think. At that moment, I felt a crack above me, a shimmer of existence filtering through the air, a glimmer of what I had worked so hard to protect. It was our light, fragile but alive, pushing against the suffocating darkness. I could feel its warmth radiating even in this deep abyss. Before I could give in to despair, I lunged forward, grasping for that flickering brilliance. Where there is light, there is always hope, I shouted, my voice echoing through the void, a desperate chant that resonated with something deep within the essence of darkness. A terrible howl erupted as shadows recoiled, shattering momentarily as bright rays slashed through the blackness, creating an explosion of light that felt like fireworks igniting a dreary night. But that was when I sensed it, the pulse of something sinister rising again, a deeper aspect of fear that had been lurking all along, sharpening its claws in the dark. As the shadows hissed and shrieked, I could feel the presence of that darkness, coiling tighter and darker, ready to pounce at the first sign of weakness. I grasped onto the last traces of my strength as my heart pounded like a drum, adrenaline surging through me. "We won't give up," I screamed, my voice reverberating in the bitter silence as the swirling shadows began their assault once more. A monstrous deluge of cold, reaching out with razor-sharp fingernails as it writhed like living smoke. The shadows crashed forward, blinding and overwhelming, their forms indistinguishable, yet their intent crystal clear, to obliterate every flicker of light that dared oppose them. And I knew then, I was at a crossroads, the moment of truth standing before me as the shadows sought to consume the last remnants of my spirit. "Stand with me, Emma," I shouted, desperate to harness every ounce of our combined strength. "Together we can face this." But just as hope surged, something deep in the shadows writhed eagerly, erupting with an eerie laughter that made my blood turn to ice. "You cannot rely on others, little girl. They will leave you, just as they always have." Then the shadows unleashed a torrent, a black wave sweeping over us, clawing at my skin, chilling me to the bone, seeking the vulnerability beneath my brave facade. I could feel myself slipping, the shadows inching closer to my heart, and I knew this was the moment I had to break free. I took a deep breath, forcing the tendrils of fear and self-doubt to the edges of my mind. "You will never have me," I boomed, shaking off their hold with a clarity that surged through me. I am not ashamed of my struggles. With every heartbeat, rays of light erupted around us like fireworks, dispersing the swirling mass of shadows as they recoiled, screeching in pain from the radiant burst. Deeper shadows flowed like a river, still unbroken, twisted and malevolent, lurching forward in waves from beyond, eager to reclaim their grip. My soul burned, and together with Emma, we harnessed the light, calling forth every good moment we had, every happy memory. It surged from deep within, weaving a tapestry of courage and defiance against despair. But still, I could feel that darkness lurking just beyond our reach, taunting, waiting for a measure of my faith to waver. There was a storm brewing in the shadowy depths, and I could sense the terror rising, a tempest ready to strike. With that chilling thought gripping my heart, I knew I had to face the thing that wanted nothing more than to extinguish my light, confronting the worst of what I feared, and I would not back down. Not now. "Come for me, then," I shouted into the void, challenging the shadows swirling in malign anticipation. "I will face you head on." As the darkness bristled with excitement, I felt my heart race, both fear and anticipation coursing through my veins. Would this creature finally reveal its true form, the horror it had so meticulously concealed? I stood my ground, ready for whatever came next, determined not to let fear conquer my heart even as the darkness swelled around me, its rage palpable. I refused to be prey, I declared defiantly, feeling every ounce of my being light up with that unwavering conviction. There was a pause, a moment of stillness hung in the air, pregnant with impending doom, boiling with a tension that stung my skin. And then, The shadows roared again, but not in pain. It was a sinister, dark laughter that echoed through the void, rising and enveloping me with otherworldly dread. "You dare defy me, child?" The voice slithered through the air, thick and suffocating. It was hollow, yet seething with darkness, and I felt chills that crept along my spine like icy fingers. "You are in over your head. You will see your reality distorted, your fears manifested." In that moment, menacing shadows began to swirl, taking shapes and faces, reflecting my darkest thoughts. They danced and twisted, forming apparitions of betrayal, fear, and hopelessness, specters that dredged up every ounce of hurt I had ever endured. It was agonizing, the images clawing their way up from the depths of my mind. I staggered back, struggling to maintain my footing as I became a spectator to my own failures, each vision clearer than the last, a gallery of grief that threatened to collapse my very existence. Their haunting faces, once familiar, looked at me with pity, judgment, and scorn, their mouths moving as if to scream, but the silence was deafening. Look at what you've allowed," they taunted, their voices merging into a chilling melody that echoed inside my mind. "This is who you are beneath the surface. This is your truth." But I shook my head, trembling under the weight of their accusations, battling against the flood of sorrow. "No!" I screamed, forcing my eyes shut, trying to block out the overwhelming noise. "I would not let them define me. You're just shadows. You have no power over me." With a deep breath, I summoned all my strength and fought to push through the darkness that clamored for my attention. I envisioned the vibrant colors of my happiest moments, the laughter of my friends, the support of my loved ones, the dreams I sought to fulfill. And just like that, something shifted in the atmosphere, the hold of shadows faltering against the warmth of those memories, their grip loosening as I concentrated on the truth. I was not alone in this fight, and I stood on the precipice of reclaiming my light. "Your whispers don't scare me," I shouted with newfound resolve, letting the light surge from within my heart and flood the area around me, casting a bright glow that started to banish the creeping shadows. "You can't take my spirit." Without warning, the spectral horrors began to dissolve, fleeing from the light, and that pushed me further. I could feel the air grow heavy as the monstrous entity grew angrier, its form twisting into a terrifying visage, creased in fury. "Foolish girl," it bellowed, shifting again as my light pushed through the layers of darkness. "You think you can escape?" Its form coiled menacingly as it shrieked once more, a sound so piercing it made my bones ache. "Embrace it. Embrace the reality of your existence." Fear prickled at the back of my mind, threatening to unhinge my thoughts. Yet, at that moment, I realized something important. The shadows might attempt to drown me in sensory overload, but I had a secret weapon, my hope and the resolve of those I loved. Looking at Emma, I knew I had to stand tall, united against the darkness that sought to tear our very beings apart. We could break this cycle together. "We are powerful," I declared, feeling the pulse of light connecting our hearts. And as the shadows surged again, desperate to reclaim their power, I readied myself. "Together, we can vanquish you," I shouted, drawing strength from every joyful memory, every ounce of determination, and igniting a flame of defiance that blazed brilliantly, that burned with the brightness of 1,000 suns. The shadows hissed in anger, retreating from the wave of light that pulsed from both Emma and me. But I knew this was not the end. No, it only fueled their rage, a fresh bout of darkness boiling just beneath the surface, waiting for the moment I let my guard down. Suddenly, the ground beneath me began to tremble, ominous vibrations rippling through the earth as if the very soil itself was a part of the nightmare. I looked around, bewildered, my heart pounding louder with each tremor that coursed through my legs. Dark tendrils, thick as tree trunks, sprouted from the ground, snaking toward us with sinister intent. They twisted like vipers, a menacing ballet of shadow reaching out, hungry to ensnare us. I could feel their icy grips brushing against my ankles, searching for weaknesses, and I fought against the urge to pull away. "Hold on, Lily," Emma shouted, grabbing my wrist tightly. Her grip was warm, anchoring me like a lifebuoy in a stormy sea. "We can push through this." Her words ignited something within me. I focused on the warmth of her spirit and the radiant light we were creating. We couldn't let the shadows take us. Together, we were stronger. As the dark coils tightened, I summoned every ounce of love and hope, letting it surge forth once more. I felt the light spill from my heart, a surge of brightness exploding outward, forcing the darkness to recoil as their fearful howls filled the air. The shadows writhed angrily, their forms shifting and coiling together like smoke in the wind, desperate to reform and attack once more. But suddenly, a distant rumble echoed through the void, freezing the very air around us. The sound grew louder, more menacing, shaking the ground like an angry beast. I turned, eyes wide, as the dark clouds above us churned violently, swirling in a vortex of chaos that looked like a storm ready to unleash its fury. "Look at the sky, Emma!" I gasped, pointing at the maelstrom forming above us, a swirling mass of dark energy that radiated malice. "It's like it's alive." The winds howled, shrieking like tortured souls, filling the air with a cacophony of screams that sent chills down my spine. I glanced at Emma, terror mirrored in her eyes, yet I could see her determination flickering. With a deep breath, I forced myself to remember that we had fought this far, and we wouldn't back down now. But the shadows were gathering strength, rippling through the air like storm clouds before a lightning strike. As they rose up, I realized that their shapes were morphing into familiar faces, figures of doubt and despair, looming large and unyielding, threatening to engulf me. I saw friends who had walked away, family members whose eyes had turned cold, figures of people I had hurt or felt I had failed. "Lily, let them go," Emma urged, her voice cutting through the noise that swirled around us. "These shadows are only illusions. They can't hurt you unless you let them." But those faces were haunting, each one willing me to succumb. Their whispers filled my ears, heavy with disappointment and grief. "You are nothing. You will always lose," they jacked, their taunts weaving a tapestry of self-doubt that threatened to unravel me. I squeezed my eyes shut, clutching my hands to my temples, trying to block them out. "This isn't real," I shouted, feeling my pulse race in response to their jeering voices. "You are not my truth." With a fierce resolve, I forced myself to open my eyes, focusing on the light shining bravely beside me. "I will not be defined by you," I declared, and as I spoke, I felt warmth swell in my chest. It wrapped around me like an impenetrable shield, growing stronger with each beat of my heart. The shadows shrieked, twisting in agony as they realized I was breaking free, pushing against the dark figures that surrounded me. Their anguished cries echoed, giving way to a deafening roar as the ground cracked beneath us, fissures opening wide like gaping mouths. My heart raced with terror as I looked down, feeling the pull of darkness threatening to swallow me whole. I could sense the blackness bubbling below, licking at my heels, ready to devour me. "Emma!" I cried out, panic rising in my voice, threatening to choke me. "Don't look down. Focus on the light," she shouted, her eyes blazing with tenacity. I forced myself to look into her determined gaze, and for a moment, everything else faded. Then I took a step forward, anchoring myself to her light, feeling it seep into my bones. I could feel the shadows shrinking away as I pressed on. But just as I thought we were pushing them back, the swirling darkness above erupted, spilling forth a creature born of nightmares. Its form was grotesque, an amalgamation of shadow and despair, full of writhing limbs that reached for me with elongated fingers, each tipped with glistening fangs that dripped black ichor. I froze, the sight paralyzing me, even as the darkness closed in. "What are you?" I yelled, fear threading through my voice. "I am the embodiment of your fears, your regrets," it hissed, its voice like ice scraping against metal. and you cannot escape me. With a swipe, it lunged at me, swinging its clawed hand, aiming to ensnare me. I barely had time to react as I jumped aside, heart racing as I felt the wicked wind of its passing blow against my face. "Keep moving, Lily," Emma urged, legs steady and strong as she dove into the fray beside me. We darted to the side, weaving between the thick tendrils of shadow, my breath quickening as another claw swiped dangerously close. The creature was relentless, its presence darkening everything around us, and I could feel despair creeping in at the edges of my mind. "We can't stop now," I shouted, adrenaline fueling my fight. "Our light will push it back." As we ran, I concentrated, draining every ounce of energy from within. Everything felt heightened. The sounds of shadowy wails, the thunderous heartbeat of the creature, and the oppressive air weighed down heavily upon us. But we couldn't give up. I turned back to glance at the throbbing darkness, shifting and pulsating, as it formed into swirling faces, each one another piece of my own torment, memories wrapped in black mist, beckoning me to surrender. "Face me," the creature roared, its voice amplifying like thunder. "You can't run forever. You'll never be free. Look, it's lying," Emma yelled, pulling at my arm as shadows threatened to close around us again. "You have to remember who you are." I drew in a deep breath and let it out slowly, trying to shake off the fear. "I'm not defined by my past," I shouted defiantly, still running. "I am stronger than my shadows." As if fueled by my declaration, a surge of light erupted around us, a fiery radiance that scorched the encroaching darkness. The creature shrieked, its twisted form contorting in fury as it recoiled for a moment. But just as it did, the remaining shadows capitalized on the sudden vulnerability, swarming back at us in a tidal wave of black mist. I felt icy fingers brush against my mind, whispering poisonous thoughts of failure and loneliness, pulling me down into despair once more. "You're losing your strength," they gagged, coiling around my legs. "Give in, you'll never win." But deep inside, I clung to a flicker of hope. I closed my eyes momentarily, remembering the warmth of love, the light in Emma's eyes, the bond we shared. And within that warmth, I found the courage to push back harder, the light bursting forth in a blinding explosion that sent shadowy whispers scattering. "Lily, we have to finish this," Emma shouted, breaking through my paralysis. "We're close." I nodded, feeling the pulse of energy rising inside me, a bright wave of light that was loud and clear, a defiant promise that we would not relent. Together, I bellowed, summoning all my strength. "Let's vanquish this darkness once and for all." Raising my arms high, I summoned the light within us, a force that radiated brighter than 1,000 stars, charging forward with Emma by my side. The shadows twisted and writhed, desperately trying to form barriers against us, but we surged through their defenses. With one piercing scream, we unleashed our light in one final push. Every ounce of hope, every measure of determination poured into that moment. And the darkness screamed. It resonated through the air, a chilling wail that echoed with the essence of fear and defeat. The void around us began to fracture, brilliant rays slicing through the oppressive dark, unraveling the creature as it roared in anguish. "I am done," I shouted, feeling the surge of triumph rise within me as the darkness dissolved, unable to recover from our combined strength. But just as I thought it was over, a final tremor shook the ground, and a last flicker of shadows surged forward. Panic flared within me. What now? I braced myself, but Emma squeezed my hand tightly. "We have to finish it. Together," I echoed, heart racing once more. But something in the air shifted, an unsettling feeling, as though something had been unleashed that we could not fully grasp. A dark ripple broke the surface of the void, sweeping toward us, threatening to engulf the light we had just fought so hard to create. "No!" I gasped, fighting against the tide of fear and doubt that threatened to overwhelm me again. I felt the shadows creeping back, a cold darkness that seeped into every crack of my heart, whispering promises of despair. "This isn't over," it echoed, a voice that seemed to meld from all the tormented whispers that had haunted me. And in that moment, I realized the truth. This would never truly be finished until I confronted not just the darkness outside, but the shadow that lurked within me. "Face your fears," Emma shouted, her voice staving off the encroaching dread. "You must confront them." I took a deep breath, steeling my resolve to face not just the darkness surrounding us, but the inner shadows that plagued my heart. "I'm not just fighting for myself," I declared, feeling warmth ripple through my chest. "I am fighting for my future, my friends, and for the light that I know will always exist." With that, I faced the darkness head-on. The shadows shrieked, morphing violently. Despair painted across their twisted features. "You think you can escape?" They spat, venomous and sharp. "I don't fear you. I embrace you," I shouted back, my heart racing as I engaged with the swirling chaos that threatened my spirit. Light flared around me, filling every corner of doubt as I pulled the essence of who I was, the dreams, hopes, and loved ones, and let it bloom into something magnificent. "No, this cannot be," the darkness howled, its voice shrill yet desperate as the shadows gradually retreated and the warmth of light expanded. But I knew that even as the shadows pulled back, they would never truly vanish. They were a part of me, a reminder of everything I'd learned, and I had to confront that truth. The battle was just beginning. With a fierce determination, I held on to my light, resolving to keep pushing forward. "I will not back down," I yelled, forging on against the tide of shadows that still writhed around us. The darkness may linger, but my light would never waver. Not again. As the shadows recoiled, I felt a surge of power within me, fueled by the light I was conjuring. I could sense that the darkness was not entirely gone. It was lurking, waiting for a chance to strike again. The atmosphere thickened, an ominous shroud wrapping around us as the dark entity began to reshape itself. Whispers curled through the air, and in the stillness, I could hear my own name being called, soft and haunting. It tugged at my mind, pulling me towards it like a moth to a flame. "Lily." The voice echoed through the void, sweet and deceptive, dripping with false comfort. "Come closer. I can make it all go away." My heart raced as I glanced at Emma, her brow furrowed in concern, eyes darting to the thickening shadows. "Don't listen to it," she warned, her voice sharp and insistent. "It's trying to lure you in." I could feel my resolve wavering as the whispers grew louder, wrapping around me like tendrils, stroking the edges of my fear. "You're alone, Lily. Everyone you love will leave you. You are unworthy." "No," I whispered, shaking my head, every part of me rebelling against those poisoned words. Yet with each heartbeat, the shadows tightened, almost as if they were breathing, feeding off my doubts. Suddenly, the air began to shimmer and distort, the ground pulsing beneath me like a living thing. The darkness pressed closer, and I could see grotesque faces form within the shadows, twisted and tortured. Eyes hollow and empty stared straight back at me, reflecting my deepest fears and insecurities. They seemed to shift, merging into the faces of friends I had lost and moments I wished I could take back. "Remember when you failed?" A voice hissed from the darkness, sounding all too familiar. "You couldn't save them. You were never enough." I clenched my fists, feeling hot tears well in my eyes. "Stop!" I shouted, but the shadows only laughed, a sound that echoed off the walls of my mind, each note piercing deeper than the last, striking at the very core of my existence. "Why fight it, Lily? Embrace your fate. You can join us." The suggestion hung in the air, thick and suffocating. I could feel the dark tendrils wrapping around my arms, like chains trying to bind me, promising solace and relief from the pain that had plagued me for so long. But behind that fear, something flickered brightly, a defiance, a sturdy resolve that surged through me. "No, I won't let you take me," I screamed, pulling against the encroaching shadows, drawing strength from the memories of love that refused to fade. The laughter faltered for a brief moment, shadows swirling in uncertainty as the light within me flared, pushing back against the darkness. But the creature retaliated, howling in rage, summoning a tempest of shadows that whipped around us like a violent storm. I braced myself, feeling the impact of the shadows crash into me, slamming me to the ground. Pain seared through my body as I was thrown into a swirling void. Everything around me shifted, colors warping and blending into a nightmarish landscape that seemed to stretch on forever. Dark clouds churned above, swirling ominously, and the ground beneath felt alive, shifting, pulling, threatening to swallow me whole. I was lost in a maze of despair, floating among fragments of my worst memories, each one taunting me, mocking my efforts to reclaim my light. Remember this? A soft voice slithered through the chaos, each word smooth like silk, yet sharp like a knife. Every moment you've ever felt alone, every time you've been abandoned. Images flashed before my eyes, a whirlwind of failure and loneliness. I felt the weight of it all pressing down on me, and I gasped for air, my heart pounding against my ribcage, desperate to escape the grip of hopelessness threatening to engulf me. I stumbled, trying to regain my footing as the images swirled around me, but the shadows were relentless. They clawed at my spirit, tearing at the fragile strands of hope I struggled to hold on to. "What do you have to fight for?" they whispered, voices mingling and merging into a haunting symphony. "You're just a lost soul, trapped in a world that doesn't want you." My breath hitched as I felt an overwhelming sense of despair creeping in, filling the cracks in my heart until it felt as if I was drowning. Instead of surrendering to the dark voices, I closed my eyes, focused on the warmth of my light and the unwavering support of Emma. "Lily," she cried, her voice piercing through the haze, ringing with determination. "You can't give up. Remember who you are." A flicker of recognition ignited within me, a spark of resilience that refused to die. "I am more than my fears," I shouted, forcing my eyes open to face the shadows that surrounded me. "I am worth fighting for." As those words left my lips, a powerful wave of light erupted from deep within, cascading through the darkness like a shockwave. The shadows shrieked, their forms twisting and convulsing as the light forced them back, revealing the ground beneath my feet once more. I could feel the chains of despair shatter, the weight of loneliness begin to lift. But just when I thought victory was within reach, the swirling darkness above crackled with energy, and a thunderous voice boomed around me. "You think your light can defeat me?" It bellowed, a mix of rage and contempt. "I am the darkness you cannot escape. I am your deepest fears, and I will consume you." An icy hand gripped my heart, squeezing tightly, and I felt myself being drawn toward the vortex of shadows. I struggled against it, grasping for the light growing brighter beside me. "Lily, we can't let it win," Emma urged, her voice steady, anchored in the chaos. "We need to combine our light." "I'm trying," I gasped, trembling against the pull of despair. "But it's too strong." A low growl reverberated through the air, and the vortex pulsated violently as tendrils of shadow thickened. I could see grotesque faces materializing, filling the space with venomous whispers, each one a reminder of my failures. "Join us, Lily," they beckoned sweetly, their voices dripping with poison. "Together, we can be free from all this pain." "No!" I shouted, shaking my head feverishly, trying to drown out their tempting invitation. "I don't want to be a part of this nightmare." With every ounce of strength I had left, I focused on Emma's light, on the dreams I still held tight in my heart, and I visualized it all intertwining. Slowly, something began to change. A pulse of golden light erupted, radiating outward, illuminating the darkness one more time. Together, we both shouted, forcing our spirits to combine, a brilliant beacon that flared against the swirling shadows. The creature howled in rage, slashing at us with anger, but our light began to burn brighter, cutting through the darkness that clawed at us like desperate hands. But the shadows weren't ready to back down. They grew stronger, a ferocious storm as the entity twisted its form, morphing into a monstrous shape, grotesque and dark, towering over us with glowing red eyes that burned with contempt. "What will you do?" it mocked, its voice a deep rumble that reverberated through my bones. "You are too weak to overcome me. You've always been weak." There was a blinding flash as the light we created surged forward, crashing against the dark entity with unrelenting force, illuminating the space around us in blinding brilliance, a vivid battle between despair and hope. Yet, as the two powers collided, I felt a pang of fear slice through me, doubting whether our light was enough. Would the darkness destroy everything I held dear? Would it consume me whole? But deep within the heart of the storm, I heard Emma's voice again, fierce and unwavering. "Believe in yourself, Lily. That darkness can't take away your light unless you let it." In that moment, something inside me shifted. I could feel the weight of every moment of fear falling away, replaced by clarity. I was not just a vessel of light. I was a warrior, willing to fight against the encroaching shadows, and I would not let them drown me. "I am more than my fears," I shouted with conviction. "I am alive. I will not be beaten." Summoning every ounce of strength, I pushed forward, the brilliance of our light flaring brighter than ever. The shadows recoiled once more, and I could feel the creature howling in desperation as it began to crack, fractures spreading through its dark form like spiderwebs. With one final thrust, we aimed our light directly at the creature's heart. The darkness erupted, a wild cacophony of howls and screams, as it surged forward, trying to engulf us one last time. But the light was relentless, blazing through the void, and the very ground shook beneath us, as though the world itself was reacting to this battle of wills. The shadows cried out, a scream that resonated through the darkness, echoing the essence of every fear I had ever experienced, until finally there was silence. For a moment, I was still, wrapped in the afterglow of our triumph. The shadows seemed to dissolve, fading into wisps of darkness that ebbed away like smoke, leaving only a tranquil stillness behind. But as I surveyed my surroundings, a shard of unease curled in my stomach. The shadows might have retreated, but the battle within was far from over. I knew that some part of this darkness had already burrowed into my soul, waiting for the perfect opportunity to return. "Lily, are you okay?" Emma's voice cut through the quiet, concern etched on her face as she stepped closer. I think so," I replied hesitantly, fatigue heavy in my bones. "But I can still feel it lingering. It's still here. It won't be easy," she said, her face somber but resolute. "But we'll face it together." As we stood in the stillness, unbroken by the turmoil we had just endured, a shiver passed through me. A chill in the air whispered of shadows that waited patiently, a reminder that this was merely a temporary victory. "I won't let it win," I vowed, clenching my fist tightly. "Not now, not ever." And deep down, I knew that though my journey was far from over, I possessed the strength to confront whatever darkness lay ahead. As the shadows dissipated, an uneasy silence settled around us, thick and suffocating. I could still feel remnants of darkness swirling at the edges of my consciousness, like a bad dream that refused to fade away. "Are you really okay?" Emma asked, her voice breaking the stillness, laced with worry. Her eyes searched mine, looking for assurance. "We need to stay vigilant." "I'm fine," I replied, though my voice felt thin. An unsettling chill began to creep over my skin, making me shiver despite the warmth of our light. But deep down, I felt the darkness still clinging to me, wrapping around my heart like a snake, tightening whenever I thought I had escaped its grasp. I glanced around, half expecting shadows to explode from the corners of our surroundings. But instead, all I could see was the outline of what once was a distorted landscape now littered with remnants of my fear. The air felt charged, almost electric, as if the atmosphere itself was holding its breath. And then, as if in response to my thoughts, a whisper echoed from somewhere deep inside. "Can you feel it? It never really goes away." I whipped my head around, searching for the source of that haunting voice, but the space remained empty, still. "Did you hear that?" I asked Emma, my heart pounding in my chest. "Hear what?" she responded, her face etched with confusion, and I could see a shiver run down her spine. "Nothing," I murmured, shaking my head, but the feeling of something lurking beneath the surface wouldn't leave me. Just then, darkness seemed to gather in the corners of my eyes, twisting and curling like a living shadow. I blinked hard, trying to clear my vision, but the figures began to take shape, ghostly outlines emerging from the veil. "Look!" I pointed, trembling. Emma's eyes widened, and she instinctively stepped closer to me, her grip tightening. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, but the figures were growing more distinct. Pale faces were wallowing in deep sorrow, mouths agape in silent screams, their eyes hollowed and swirling with shadows. Their presence felt heavy, an ancient grief that echoed through my bones, wrapping around me like a shroud. "What are they?" Emma whispered, glancing nervously at the specters. "Are they a lost souls?" I could feel their longing, the urge to reach out and connect. In a fleeting moment, I felt sympathy for these tormented spirits, lost within their despair. I took a step forward, compelled to understand what they wanted, but the moment I did, the atmosphere thickened, and their faces morphed into twisted masks of rage. "You will never escape," they wailed in unison. Their voices melded into a cacophony of torment. "You cannot leave us. You belong to the darkness now." An icy grip seized my heart. I staggered back, horror flooding my senses. Their wailing grew louder, echoing endlessly in my mind, and I felt a weight pressing down on my chest, suffocating me, pulling me toward the shadows that wanted to reclaim me. "No!" I screamed, clutching at my head, desperate to block out the sound. I whirled around to Emma, whose face reflected my fear. "We have to go. Now!" We sprinted away from the spectral figures, but the darkness followed, swirling and twisting behind us as we ran, a relentless tide of despair creeping ever closer. I could feel it seeping through the cracks in my resolve, scratching at the walls of my mind, infecting my thoughts with uncertainty and dread. Suddenly, the ground beneath us began to shake, a low rumble reverberating through the air, as if the earth itself felt the pull of the shadows. The path ahead twisted and shifted, creating an endless maze where once there had been clarity. I stumbled, reaching out to grab Emma's arm. "Where do we go? Everything looks the same. We need to find the light again," she shouted, determination flickering in her eyes, though her voice trembled with urgency. "We can't let it close in on us." But the shadows were relentless, surging forward, engulfing us in a blanket of darkness. I could feel the chill climbing up my spine, a breath on my neck, whispering my deepest fears, drowning me in forgotten memories. "You will never escape your past," the shadows echoed, mockingly sweet. "Embrace your fate, Lily. Your darkness is waiting." I closed my eyes against the creeping fear, shaking my head, desperate to push the whispers out. I concentrated, summoning the light that had once burned so brightly, grasping at each flicker of hope. "We won't give in," I screamed, forcing the energy within me to expand even in the face of such despair. But the shadows were hungry. They clawed at the edges of my mind, eager to consume my will, their chilling fingers brushing against my thoughts, pulling me closer to the precipice of despair. "Stop!" I gasped, losing myself in the tug of war, light battling against the darkness, threatening to swallow me whole. I felt Emma's hand slip from my grasp, and in my panic, I turned to her, desperate to pull her back to me. "Emma!" I cried, fear clenching my heart. In an instant, a fissure of uncertainty sliced through the atmosphere. The shadows coiled around us, and a low growl emanated from the depths of the darkness, vibrating through my bones, echoing with ominous intent. "It's trying to tear us apart," Emma shouted, standing her ground, but the dark tendrils surged towards her, desperate to snatch her away, pulling her away from me. I could feel the tether between us stretching, fraying. "No!" "Don't you dare!" I yelled, my voice breaking with panic. Desperation surged through me like wildfire. I couldn't let it win. I could feel the grip of despair tightening around my chest. But more than anything, I couldn't lose Emma. "Fight it!" The tendrils of darkness slithered around Emma, pulling her back, and I could see terror etched across her face. It was horrifying, knowing she was fighting her own demons while mine threatened to drag me down. "Lily, help me," she cried, reaching out, and in that moment, I felt a powerful connection surge through me. "I won't let you go," I screamed, willing light with every fiber of my being. I stepped forward, the ground trembling, and reached for her, my fingers brushing against the tips of her own. And suddenly it happened. That flicker of hope ignited once more, like a spark catching in a dry field. I felt energy swirl around us, pulling from the very core of my spirit. Together, we shouted in unison, our voices melding into one, fortifying against the darkness. The shadows latched onto my fear, but I fought back, my urge to protect igniting the light surrounding us. A brilliant burst erupted, filling the air with radiant energy that surged forth like a tidal wave, illuminating every shadowy corner. The screams of the dark figures echoed furiously as our combined light forced them back, their faces contorting in agony. But even as the light blazed fiercely, I felt a shiver of doubt wash over me. What if it wasn't enough? What if we were merely delaying the inevitable? "Lily!" Emma shouted, pulling me back to focus. "Don't think like that. We have to stay strong." Gripping her hand tighter, I resolved to push forward. A new surge of determination coursed through me, fueled by the bond we shared, a shimmering force that felt indestructible. "Break the darkness," I cried, channeling everything I had into our light. I could feel tendrils retreating, the howls of the shadows fading under the brilliance we created. But I knew it wasn't over. A crack in the darkness flickered open, a void that seemed to beckon with an unsettling hunger, urging me to take a step closer. I hesitated, fear clawing in my gut. "What's happening?" "Don't look," Emma shouted, her voice sharp and urgent. "It's a trick." But the light I was wielding flickered, uncertainty creeping in as shadows pooled around the crack, morphing into familiar shapes, ghosts from my past that I never wanted to see again. Their faces bore expressions of sorrow and anger, eyes glinting with accusation. "Why did you leave us?" they whispered, their voices chillingly calm, cutting through the air like a blade. No, it can't be real," I stammered, taking a step back, feeling the walls close in. I could see my childhood home in the distance, shadows flickering in the windows, an invitation cloaked in darkness. "Come home, Lily," they beckoned softly. "You belong here. This is your true self, one with the shadows." I fought against the pull, but the memories surged forward, slick and powerful, overwhelming my senses. My heart raced as I felt the light dimming in my hands. "Stay with me," Emma yelled, fear lacing her voice, and I recognized the urgency in her plea. I couldn't give in, I wouldn't. "You can't let them win." I had to resist. With every ounce of will I summoned, I pushed back against the memory-laden shadows. "I'm not defined by my past," I shouted, firm in my resolve, but their voices twisted, louder now, pounding in my head. "You are a coward, hiding from the truth." In that instant, the shadows surged once more, every doubt gathering into a storm, dark and relentless. I felt them close around my throat, constricting, squeezing the breath from my lungs, and I knew in my heart I was losing my grip. "Lily!" Emma cried again, pulling painfully at my hand, and her voice cut through the fog. And then, in a final act of desperation, with everything I had left, I let out a scream, one that resonated with pain, joy, and defiance. A scream filled with the love of those who still fought for me, the light that refused to fade. I will not let my darkness win. There was a moment of silence before the shadows erupted, recoiling with a sound like thunder. The force I unleashed shattered the chains, binding me, and sent waves of light boiling through the air. The darkness howled, a cacophony of rage echoing inside the void, fracturing and splintering as I stood firm, emboldened by each flicker of warmth in Emma's eyes. The specters faded and the suffocating weight began to lift, but only as much as I allowed it to. "I won't stop fighting," I roared, my voice reverberating through the void like a war cry, my determination igniting the space. A fissure split open before us, a luminous sea beckoning, shattering the shadows and granting a glimpse of what lay beyond. As I stepped forward, the darkness shrieked, a violent wind swirling through the air, but I focused on the light. I felt Emma beside me, her presence a beacon of strength and warmth. "Together," I shouted, my voice rising in defiance as we plunged into the blinding brightness ahead. The darkness fought back one last time, tendrils shooting from every direction, reaching for me. I felt their icy grasp brush against my skin, pulling desperately, but the brilliance wrapped around us like armor, illuminating the shadows, and as we ran, I could feel the entity's hold crumbling. With each step, the shadows shrank back, the oppressive weight lifting slowly, like a fog lifting at dawn. The faces of despair faded into the light of our shared strength, and for the first time, I felt the chains of my past shatter into pieces. "I can breathe," I gasped, realizing the shadows no longer clawed at my heart, but I knew deep down they were not gone completely. But I had the light now, a flickering flame that sparked with every breath of hope, and I would carry it with me always, a reminder of the battles fought and the strength found within companionship. Together, Emma and I broke through the last of the darkness, and as we emerged into the light, I understood that the true struggle was not just against the shadows, but inside myself. But even as the light enveloped us, that ominous voice echoed softly in the recesses of my mind, a reminder that shadows can linger, waiting for any sign of weakness to creep back in. And with that thought, a shiver traveled down my spine. The fight may be over for now, but I knew I had to stay vigilant, for the shadows never truly vanished. They only awaited the perfect moment to return. I stepped into the light, but my heart was still racing, an uneasy flutter echoing in my chest. I glanced back, half expecting the shadows to follow, but the darkness receded, a distant memory behind me. Still, I felt it lingering, like a ghost whispering in the silent corners of my mind. "Lily, are you okay?" Emma asked, her voice worried but steady, pulling me from my swirling thoughts. "I think so," I replied, but the tremor in my voice betrayed me. The air felt lighter, yet that whisper wouldn't leave. It echoed in the depths of my consciousness, nipping at my heels. I could sense something wasn't over. The landscape around us shifted, shimmering like a mirage. Trees loomed taller, their branches twisting into grotesque shapes, almost resembling fingers reaching out for us. A strange mist rolled in, curling around the roots like a serpent. Each step felt heavier than the last, and I could hear the crunch of twigs snapping underfoot too loudly. "Do you feel that?" Emma's eyes darted around, scanning the thickening fog. "Yes," I whispered, feeling cold sweat trickle down my back. "It's like we're being watched." With every breath, the air became thicker, charged with an unsettling energy. I turned to Emma. "We should keep moving. It feels wrong here." But as we walked, the shadows began to weave back into the corners of my vision, just out of sight but ever present. I tried to ignore it, concentrating on the path ahead. Yet, the feeling grew more intense, as if shadows were sneaking up behind us, clutching at my resolve. Then suddenly I heard it, the soft sound of footsteps not far away. Panic shot through me. "Do you hear that?" Emma froze, nodding slowly as fear danced in her eyes. The sound came again, closer this time. Heavy, deliberate footsteps echoing against the forest floor as a figure emerged from the mist. My breath caught in my throat, dread pooling in my gut. It was a tall, gaunt silhouette, its outline indistinct against the fog. The thing moved with an unnatural grace, gliding rather than walking, limbs twisted and elongated, fingers like spindly branches reaching out towards us. "Run!" I screamed, my instincts kicking in, and we bolted down the trail, branches snapping and leaves rustling around us like a sinister choir urging us on. The creature followed, its footsteps gaining on us, the sound rhythmic yet chaotic, reverberating through the trees. I glanced back, my heart pounding. The figure was closer now, its featureless face reflecting the surrounding darkness. There was no nose, no mouth, only an expanse of pale skin stretched tight over a haunting skull. "Faster!" Emma shouted, but I could feel the weight of dread wrapping around my limbs, dragging me down. As we ran, shadows danced in the corners of my vision, bobbing and weaving, trying to ensnare us. I could feel the breath of that thing, icy and foul, as it chased us. Its presence was a suffocating blanket, pressing in from all sides, making it hard to breathe. "I can't keep this up," I gasped, my legs screaming for relief, but each step felt like an eternity. The moment I faltered, the creature lunged, its thin arms outstretched, and I felt a rush of air as it nearly caught me. Panic ignited a new burst of energy, pushing me forward, adrenaline coursing through my veins. Suddenly I saw a flicker at the edge of the path. Light. It was weak, but it beckoned like a distant promise of safety. "Over there!" I shouted, pointing to the glow breaking through the mist. We veered toward it, hurtling through the underbrush, desperate to escape the looming darkness behind us. The light pulsed like a heartbeat, illuminating a small clearing occupied by a massive tree. Its bark was ancient and gnarled, its branches reaching high into the twilight sky. "Quick, hide!" I urged, and we ducked behind the tree, panting heavily. But as we crouched there, I felt the ground tremble beneath us, the creature prowling the perimeter of the clearing, each footfall like thunder. I pressed my back against the bark, heart racing as I held my breath, ears straining to catch any sound. The figure stopped at the edge of the light, just outside the tree's aura, as if it couldn't cross the threshold. "Lily," Emma whispered, fear creeping into her voice. "What is it doing?" The shadow danced in the flickering light, its head tilting as if curious, as if sensing our presence. I could hardly bear to watch, my heart pounding in my ears. Then, to my horror, it began to morph. The form twisted and distorted, becoming a collection of dark faces, each one familiar, memories of my past surfacing in a grotesque display. Friends, family, people I had lost. Their voices blended together, murmuring my name in a haunting chorus that sent chills down my spine. "Join us, Lily," they called, their faces contorted into expressions of sorrow and longing. "You cannot escape your fate." "No!" I shouted, swinging my head from side to side, trying to block out the voices. "I'm not like you." But the more I fought, the stronger the whispers grew, the shadows circling tighter, pulling at my thoughts, unraveling my sanity as they called to me, begging me to come closer. "Lily!" Emma shook me slightly, her eyes wide with fear. "You have to fight them. Don't let them take you." I gripped her hand tightly, feeling her warmth amidst the cold weight of despair. "You're right," I gasped, recalling the light we had summoned earlier. "We can't give in. We can't let them win." Rallying my strength, I focused on that light again, the warmth that burned still inside me, fueled by my will to survive. "We are not our pasts," I shouted as the faces closed in, desperate for me to join them. With a flick of determination, I envisioned a blaze firing up around us, fueled by our resolve. I drew in a deep breath, and as I exhaled, I let the light erupt from within me, illuminating the clearing in brilliance. The shadows shrieked, recoiling from the sudden intensity, their familiar voices twisting into wails of agony. "No, you cannot leave." But I pressed forward, the light illuminating the clearing, the faces dissolving into wisps of smoke as I stood tall against my past. Emma stood beside me, her own light resonating, a beacon of hope that locked away the darkness. Together, I shouted again, and we flooded the clearing with light, pushing back against the creature and its lingering whispers. The shadows peeled away, retreating into the dark forest, their cries fading into the night as the intense light enveloped me, cocooning me in warmth. Though the clearing glowed with promise, I felt uncertainty ripple beneath the surface. I knew this wasn't the end. The shadows wouldn't give up so easily. They lingered, waiting for any moment of weakness to strike again. As the brilliance faded, I stared into the night, my heart still racing. We made it. I breathed, though doubt gnawed at my insides. But the threat lingered. I could feel it shifting, hiding within the shadows just outside our reach, waiting for the perfect moment to pounce again. I turned to Emma, determination burning in my eyes. "We need a plan," I said, sensing the urgency. "This isn't over." "Agreed," she replied, her voice steady. But a flicker of fear danced in her gaze. "What do we do next?" I searched the shimmering glow around us, feeling the pulse of remaining energy, the tether that remained my lifeline. "We find the source of the darkness. If we can stop it, maybe we can end this once and for all." With that, we forged into the depths of the forest, every rustle and whisper filling me with dread. The stillness was deceptive, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us, lurking just beyond sight. As we advanced, the ground beneath us began to tremble again, a low rumble rising up. The air thickened, carrying that heaviness, the same energy that had surrounded the creature before. My heart raced. I could feel the shadows gathering again, ready to pounce. "Stay focused," I whispered, gripping Emma's hand tightly. Just ahead, I could see a clearing, a pulsing blackness at the center, a swirling vortex that seemed to draw the light back in, like a fractured mirror reclaiming its shards. "We've come this far. We have to push through," I said, though dread seeped into my bones. With steely resolve, we approached the swirling darkness at the heart of the clearing. The air crackled with energy, and a chill enveloped us, promising the worst. As we neared the vortex, I felt the familiar pull of doubt again, the shadows swirling like a hurricane, trying to ensnare me in its grasp. "No!" I shouted, the light pulsing inside me. "This ends now!" Even as I said the words, the darkness surged ahead, tendrils darting toward us, and fear clawed at my throat. But instead of retreating, I stepped forward, channeling every ounce of strength I had left. "We are not afraid," I cried, our hands clasped, and the light exploded around us, pushing against the tempest. But as we fought to break through, the darkness roared, releasing a fierce gust that knocked us backward, tumbling into the shadows. I felt my grip on Emma's hand slip for a heartbeat while the wind howled around us, the vortex growing more ferocious, swallowing everything in its presence. The whispers returned, distorted and mocking. "You think you can escape? You are ours." In that moment, trapped in the whirlwind, everything felt lost. The swallow of despair threatened to drag me down, pulling me under. But I remembered the faces of those who believed in me. With a surge of defiance, I gathered my breath and screamed, "No, I choose my own path." Light flared in response, piercing the dark storm, and I slammed down on the energy, willing it to push through, to shatter the vortex, fighting with every fiber of my being. As if in reply, the darkness shrieked again as my light surged. "Break free!" I commanded, focusing all my will, and then, in an explosive burst, a blinding flash enveloped the clearing, ripping through the shadows, unraveling the vortex into 1,000 splintered fragments of light. The ground shook violently, and the howls of the lost echoed desperately as I felt the creatures retreat from my incandescence. With one final push, I launched the light outward, claiming the space that the darkness had once filled. I could feel it all falling apart, the vortex collapsing in on itself as a symphony of screams finally faded. Together, Emma and I stood amidst the brilliance, gasping for air, the remnants of despair lingering faintly in the air, but diminished as we stepped forward. We had unbound ourselves from the shadows, though the linger of dread whispered in the wind, that familiar feeling that darkness might always be lurking, waiting for a moment of weakness. "I think we did it." Emma's voice trembled, all washing over her face, and I could hardly breathe as I looked at the clearing now bathed in light, every flicker of hope igniting new visions for the future. But I knew that shadows, though momentarily dispelled, would always lie in wait for an opportunity to engulf me again. A chill ran down my spine as I glanced backwards into the remaining darkness. I had won this battle, but many more would follow. "Let's stay close," I said, the reminder of uncertainty still creeping into my thoughts as we prepared to face whatever awaited us next. Even as we turned away from the distorting shadows, an unsettling thought lingered in my mind. Had we truly broken the cycle, or were we simply delaying the inevitable? I could feel the weight of that lingering uncertainty like a heavy fog, reminding me to remain vigilant. The shadows may have receded, but their tendrils were still close enough to touch. And lurking just beyond our vision might be darkness more terrible than I had ever imagined. As we stood in the clearing, the echoes of the darkness faded, but an unsettling stillness replaced it. The air thickened, almost like a fog that clung to my skin, pressing in from all sides. I could feel the weight of silence, a pressure that felt both heavy and alive. "Do you think it's really over?" Emma asked, glancing around, her brow furrowed with concern. "I don't know," I replied, my voice barely above a whisper. The shadows had receded, but doubt nestled in the corners of my mind. We can't let our guard down. They're never truly gone. We took a few cautious steps into the clearing. The softness of the grass underfoot felt out of place in such an ominous setting. The trees around us stood like silent sentinels, their twisted branches etched against the pale light spilling from the remnants of my burst of energy. Suddenly, a rustle in the underbrush made me freeze. My heart raced. "Did you hear that?" I turned toward the sound, tension tightening my muscles. Emma nodded, her eyes wide with fear. "It's probably just an animal," but my instincts screamed otherwise. There was something about the way the sound moved, more deliberate and sinister. I instinctively placed a hand on Emma's arm, my grip tight as the noise grew louder, creeping closer. Then, out of the underbrush, a figure emerged. My breath hitched. It was a girl, but the way she stepped into the light was all wrong. Her movements were slow, almost floating, as if she wasn't entirely in control. "Help me," she said, her voice barely a whisper, yet it resonated deeply in the hollow of my chest. The tone sent shivers down my spine. "Stay back," I shouted before I realized. The girl's face was pale, her eyes sunken in, dark circles indicating exhaustion or something more sinister. It was as if she were part of the shadows themselves. "Please," she pleaded, reaching out a fragile hand. "Lily, don't," Emma warned, a hint of panic in her voice as she stepped a little closer to me. But the girl didn't seem threatening. There was an innocence in her expression that was hard to ignore. "They're coming," she said, her voice trembling. "They want you back." My mind raced. The shadows were still active, searching for me, shifting through the forest like tendrils of smoke. The girl's warning sent a chill racing through me. I could almost feel their presence as they swirled somewhere beyond the trees, waiting. "Who are you?" I asked cautiously, every instinct urging me to turn away. "I was like you," she said, her words laced with desperation. "I fought them, but I couldn't escape." Her head dipped, and I could see tears glistening in her eyes, reflecting the fragmented light of the clearing. "Lily, this doesn't feel right," Emma whispered, pulling me a little further behind her. I could feel her fear like a tether anchoring me to reality. "Please," the girl cried, her voice breaking. "You need to leave this place before they find you." Suddenly, the forest erupted around us. Dark shapes flitted between the trees, swift and sinuous, moving with an unnatural speed. I squinted, heart racing. The girl's expression turned from fear to horror, her eyes wide as she backed away. "Run!" I yelled, the urgency of the moment crashing over me like a wave. Emma grabbed my hand, and we stumbled away from the clearing, pushing through the thick underbrush, limbs scratching at our skin. The sounds of the shadows whispered behind us, their voices rising in a cacophony of despair and rage. It was like a storm gathering, promising chaos and destruction. As we fled, the landscape morphed around us. The trees grew denser, their branches intertwining, forming a tangled web that made escape feel impossible. My heart pounded with every step, the realization that we weren't free coursing through my veins. Then the ground shifted beneath me, a sudden drop, and I stumbled, falling forward. Emma barely managed to help me up as I fought to regain my footing. "Are you okay?" she asked, her face pale. "I'm fine," I lied, though the throb in my ankle suggested otherwise. I could hear the whispers growing louder, swirling around us like a storm, each syllable sharp and stinging. "Did you think you could just leave?" they echoed, voices melding into a single, terrifying tone that wrapped around my mind, freezing me in place. "You belong to us." With trembling fingers, I brushed against the ground, feeling the cold earth beneath my palms. The shadows were everywhere, omnipresent, and the chilling realization crashed over me. They were hungry. They craved connection, feeding off my fear and sorrow, drawing power from my uncertainty. "Lily, we need to go," Emma shouted, dragging me back to my feet. I stumbled, but I felt that strange urge to resist combined with a deep-rooted instinct to flee. I couldn't let them win, I wouldn't. We pressed forward, weaving in and out of the looming shadows that danced around us, the trees closing in like jaws ready to snap shut. The shadows were relentless, and the more we ran, the deeper their voices penetrated my mind, pulling me back, spiraling into the depths of despair. Then we reached a small clearing again, but this one was empty. No trees, just a barren patch of earth surrounded by looming darkness. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as we entered, the air thickening like fog. Something felt deeply wrong about this place. "Lily," Emma whispered, her voice wavering as she stepped forward, glancing around like a caged animal. I could feel it before I saw it, a dark mist emanating from the ground, swirling slowly, beckoning. It carried a familiar chill, and the shadows gathered like clouds around us. "Get back!" I shouted, pushing Emma behind me instinctively, fully aware that whatever was happening was connected to my choices. The shadows danced, moving closer, their whispers weaving into a haunting reminder that I couldn't escape my history. Suddenly, the mist formed into a thick column, pooling outwards. Shapes emerged, twisted reflections of my memories. Faces of people long gone, friends I'd lost, all wailing and crying out, their voices intertwining with the darkness surrounding us. "Help us! Help us!" they cried, eyes wide with despair, their mouths stretched in eternal anguish. "No, I won't give in," I screamed, but the shadows surged, closing in with an overwhelming force. I had always feared this, being pulled back into the depths of sorrow, where despair is the master of fate. The shadows lunged, and I felt them tear at my soul, clawing through the remnants of hope I clung to. Each shadowy tendril whispered my worst fears, resurrecting the guilt and regret buried within me, and it was suffocating, a vice tightening around my heart. "Lily, fight it!" Emma's voice cut through the cacophony, and I turned, seizing her hand again. Together, we shouted, even as darkness swirled, trying to drown us. In that instant of connection, a flicker of light ignited inside me, a last remnant of the energy I had summoned before. "We can do this!" I cried, and we locked gazes, the determination in her eyes igniting my own. Together, we threw our combined strength against the shadows. The brilliance grew between us, a pulsating aura pushing back against the dark. The faces, once so haunting, began to dissolve into nothingness, their cries slowly fading. But the shadows roared in defiance, thrashing violently, swirling like a tempest. With each passing moment, the pull grew stronger, and I could feel my resolve wavering. "I won't let them take you." Emma's voice broke through the chaos, and with renewed vigor, she lifted our joined hands higher, casting the light outward in a brilliant flash. For a moment, time stood still as the light enveloped the clearing, shattering the fog surrounding us. The shadows recoiled, a howl of anguish punctuating the silence as they began to unravel. "Keep going," I urged, the intensity of the moment pushing me to break through the darkness. Just as it seemed the shadows would finally diminish, I saw her again. The girl from before, standing on the edge of the clearing, watching us with those hollow eyes full of sorrow. "Leave," she screamed, her voice drowned in the chaos, but I felt a twinge of sympathy for her. I realized she was trapped too, just like I had been. "Don't get caught," I shouted, but I couldn't pull my gaze away. There was something about her that resonated deeply, a connection to my own struggle. "Lily!" Emma's cry pulled me back, the light exploding around us, forcing us to break free from the darkness suffocating us. But as the shadows began to fall away, a pang of uncertainty lingered. The girl continued to stand there, an anchor amidst the chaos. "You can't escape," she whispered, eyes brimming with despair that stretched back through time, grasping at the remnants of my spirit. Then, in the blink of an eye, she dissolved into the darkness, leaving a lingering sense of loss, and the shadows rushed in, twisting once more, threatening to envelop everything. I had to get out of there, had to move before they closed in completely. Panic surged through me, igniting the desperate need to escape. "Run!" I screamed, dragging Emma along as we barreled through the chaos, feeling the darkness rip at our heels. As we fled, I glanced back at the clearing. The girl's cries still echoed within me as if they were a part of the lingering darkness, a warning that I had yet to understand. With the shadows lunging ever closer, I realized we needed to find a safe place, a sanctuary where light could flourish untainted by the weight of the past. Because if we didn't, the relentless pursuit of the shadows might drown us once again, leaving us lost in the depths of despair forever. "Lily!" Emma's voice broke through the storm of thoughts swirling in my head, grounding me in the present. "Just keep moving." I focused ahead, determined to break free, but I could still feel their presence lurking just behind me, those haunting whispers clawing at my mind, reminding me of all I needed to confront. Each step took us deeper into the unknown, every heartbeat a reminder that the shadows still danced close, waiting for the right moment to reclaim what they believed was theirs. I felt the weight of dread settle over me once more, thickening the air as we surged forward into the depths of darkness. But no matter how deep I went, I refused to be swallowed whole. I had come too far to turn back now. I had to find that light again, the flicker that could lead me out of this chaos, away from the shadows that gnawed at my very essence. The journey had only just begun, and amidst my fears, a spark of hope flickered deep down, urging me onward toward whatever awaited. I pushed forward, each step heavy with fear as I felt the shadows gathering, shifting like a malevolent presence stalking my every move. The forest grew darker, the trees leaning in as if whispering secrets meant to drive me mad. I could hear their breath, low and sinister, weaving through the branches, urging me to turn back, to give in to despair. But I had come too far and lost too much to surrender now. As I caught my breath, a sharp chill swept through the air, wrapping around me like icy fingers. It was then I spotted something out of the corner of my eye, a flicker of movement in the dark. Shadows danced and twisted, bending into grotesque shapes that thrashed among the trees. I glanced over at Emma, and dread rippled through me. Her face reflected the fear pressing into my chest. I squeezed her hand, and we pressed onward together. Without warning, the ground beneath us shifted again, and I felt a strange pull like gravity had changed. A low, resonant growl rumbled through the ground, vibrating in my core. We stumbled, nearly losing our balance as the earth seemed to pulse, alive and angry. "We have to find a way out," I shouted, scanning the trees for any sign of escape. But the shadows moved with purpose, weaving tighter around us, almost taunting. Suddenly, a figure broke through the veil of darkness, a shape cloaked in black. I could barely see its features, but its eyes glowed like embers in the night. It seemed to glide rather than walk, a predator in its element. My heart raced, and I felt bile rise in my throat as it stepped closer. "You'll never leave," it hissed, its voice like gravel scratching against my skin. Emma gasped, pulling me back slightly. The air grew colder, the shadows thickening, threatening to swallow us whole. The creature's gaze seemed to pierce through me, digging into my soul, and I felt that familiar despair creeping back in, clinging to the edges of my thoughts like an unshakable fog. And then everything changed. The darkness surged around the being, swirling in a twisted dance of malevolence. And it reached for us, fingers of shadow stretching like claws hungry for flesh. I squeezed Emma's hand tightly and shouted, "Run!" Panic surged through my veins as we turned and sprinted back through the forest, dodging trees that seemed to loom taller, threatening to ensnare us with their heavy branches. But the shadows were relentless, the whispers growing intense, almost melodic in their chant. "Come back, come back," they echoed in a rhythm, swelling louder, drowning out the sound of our footsteps. I could feel them trying to pull me back, forcing me to confront the fear I had been running from. The figures in the dark weren't just monsters. They were memories, reflections of everything I had ever lost. Then I felt it, the sharp, stinging sensation of despair wrapping around my throat, squeezing tightly as I staggered forward. "Stay with me," Emma pleaded, her voice barely breaking through the suffocating darkness. I focused on her, the warmth of her presence pulling me back from the brink. I could hear her steady breathing, the way her heart raced in sync with mine, and it gave me the strength I needed to push through this violent storm. I could see a light flickering in the distance like a beacon calling out to me. I ran, the shadows clawing at my ankles, but hope surged within me. "This way," I shouted, and we dashed toward that light, praying it was a way out. As we approached, the light brightened, illuminating the clearing and pushing the shadows back, momentarily freezing them in place. It felt like stepping into a warm embrace after the cold depths of despair. But I knew it wouldn't last. The shadows were far too fierce, far too hungry to let us go. Just as we reached the edge of the clearing, the darkness surged forward, a tide of blackness crashing against the light. I looked over at Emma, our breaths mingling as fear surfed through us. "We have to find a way to keep it back," I shouted, desperation creeping into my voice as I scanned the ground for something, anything that could help. And then, in a moment of clarity, I remembered the light I had summoned before, my energy, my will. So I closed my eyes and envisioned it flaring to life once more, a warmth spreading through my body. I focused all my thoughts on the light, pushing back against the shadows with everything I had. "We will not be swallowed," I shouted, and just as I opened my eyes, I felt it, a surge of power pulsing from deep within, a channel connecting me to the flickering glow in front of me. I reached out toward that light, feeling it connect to my essence. Together, I whispered, urging Emma to join me. As our hands clasped, we filled the clearing with our combined energy, and a brilliant radiance erupted around us, chasing the shadows into retreat. The darkness shrieked in agony, the sound grating against my eardrums as the last remnants dissolved into the night. The air buzzed with energy, crackling and alive, and the fear that had once defined this place began to fade like a long-buried nightmare coming to light. Still, the memory of the girl lingered, a wordless plea hanging in the air. I glanced back into the shadows, wondering if she had found peace or was still lost, trapped in a place where light could never touch. "Maybe one day," I murmured softly, promising myself to remember. As the clearing brightened, I felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over me. We had escaped, at least for now, and together we stepped away from the brink. With each step away from that cursed place, I cherished the light within me, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, the true power of hope could pierce through anything. I could face whatever the world threw at me, because I had not only survived, I had fought back, and I would continue to do so no matter how shadows might try to claim me in the future. The journey wouldn't end here, but I felt ready to embrace the challenges ahead, lighting the path with my unwavering spirit, leaving behind the shadows that once threatened to ensnare me forever.